Father, we love you. Lord, I pray for safety, provision, comfort, peace, healing, rest for all, and that we know you, Lord Jesus. The book of Numbers, chapter 33. Rest for all. These are the journeys of the children of Israel, who went out of the land of Egypt by their armies under the hand of Moses and Aaron. Now Moses wrote down the starting points of their journeys at the command of the Lord. And these are their journeys according to their starting points. They departed from Ramesses in the first month, on the 15th day of the first month. On the day after the Passover, the children of Israel went out with boldness in the sight of all the Egyptians. For the Egyptians were burying all their firstborn, whom the Lord had killed among them. Also, on their gods, the Lord had executed judgments. Then the children of Israel moved from Ramesses and camped at Succoth. They departed from Succoth and camped at Etham, which is on the edge of the wilderness. They moved from Etham and turned back to Pi Hahiroth, which is east of Baal Zephon, and they camped near Migdal. They departed from before Hahiroth and passed through the midst of the sea into the wilderness, went 3 days' journey in the wilderness of Etham, and camped at Marah. They moved from Marah and came to Elim. At Elim were 12 springs of water and 70 palm trees, so they camped there. They moved from Elim and camped by the Red Sea. They moved from the Red Sea and camped in the wilderness of Sin. They journeyed from the wilderness of Sin and camped at Dafka. They departed from Dafka and camped at Alush. They moved from Alush and camped at Raphidim, where there was no water for the people to drink. They departed from Raphidim and camped in the wilderness of Sinai. They moved from the wilderness of Sinai and camped at Kibroth Hadavah. They departed from Kibroth Hadavah and camped at Hezroth. They departed from Hezroth and camped at Rithmah. They departed from Rithmah and camped at Rimmon Perez. They departed from Rimmon Perez and camped at Libnah. They moved from Libnah and camped at Risa. They journeyed from Risa and camped at Kehelathah. They went from Kehelathah and camped at Mount Shepher. They moved from Mount Shepher and camped at Harada. They moved from Harada and camped at Machelath. They moved from Machelath and camped at Tahath. They departed from Tahath and camped at Terah. They moved from Terah and camped at Mithkah. They went from Mithkah and camped at Hashmanah. They departed from Hashmanah and camped at Maserath. They departed from Maserath and camped at Ben Jakin. And they moved from Ben Jakin and camped at Hor Haggid God. They went from Hor Haggid God and camped at Jotbathah. They moved from Jotbathah and camped at Abrana. They departed from Abrana and camped at Ezion Geber. They moved from Ezion Geber and camped in the wilderness of Zin, which is Kadesh. They moved from Kadesh and camped at Mount Hor on the boundary of the land of Edom. Then Aaron the priest went up to Mount Hor at the command of the Lord and died there in the 40th year after the children of Israel had come out of the land of Egypt, on the first day of the first month. Aaron was 123 years old when he died on Mount Hor. Now the king of Arad, the Canaanite, who dwelt in the south in the land of Canaan, heard of the coming of the children of Israel. So they departed from Mount Hor and camped at Zalmanah. They departed from Zalmanah and camped at Punan. They departed from Punan and camped at Obath. They departed from Obath and camped at Abiram and the border of Moab. They departed from Ijim and camped at Deban Gad, and they moved from Deban Gad and camped at Almon Diblathaim. And they moved from Almon Diblathaim and camped in the mountains of Abiram before Nebo. They departed from the mountains of Abiram and camped in the plains of Moab by the Jordan, across from Jericho. They camped by the Jordan from Beth Jesimoth as far as the Abel Acacia Grove in the plains of Moab. Now the Lord spoke to Moses in the plains of Moab by the Jordan across from Jericho, saying, "Speak to the children of Israel and say to them, when you have crossed the Jordan into the land of Canaan, then you shall drive out all the inhabitants of the land from before you. Destroy all their engraved stones, destroy all their molded images, and demolish all their high places. You shall dispossess the inhabitants of the land and dwell in it, for I have given you the land to possess. And you shall divide the land by lot as an inheritance among your families. To the larger you shall give a larger inheritance, and to the smaller you shall give a smaller inheritance. For everyone's inheritance shall be whatever falls to him. By lot you shall inherit according to the tribes of your fathers. But if you do not drive out the inhabitants of the land from before you, then it shall be that those whom you let remain shall be irritants in your eyes and thorns in your sides, and they shall harass you in the land where you dwell. Moreover, it shall be that I will do to you as I thought to do to them." Chapter 34. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, "Command the children of Israel and say to them, when you come into the land of Canaan, this is the land that shall fall to you as an inheritance, the land of Canaan to its boundaries. Your southern border shall be from the wilderness of Zin along the border of Edom. Then your southern border shall extend eastward to the end of the Salt Sea. Your border shall turn from the southern side of the ascent of Akrabim, continue to Zin, and be on the south of Kadesh Barnea. Then it shall go on to Hazar Adar and continue to Asman. The border shall turn from Asman to Brook of Egypt, and it shall end at the sea. As for the western border, you shall have the great sea for a border. This shall be your western border, and this shall be your northern border. From the great sea you shall mark out your border line to Mount Hor. From Mount Hor you shall mark out your border to the entrance of Hamath. Then the direction of the border shall be toward Zedad. The border shall proceed to Zephron, and it shall end at Hazar Enan. It shall be your northern border. You shall mark out your eastern border from Hazar Enan to Shepham. The border shall go down from Shepham to Riblah on the east side of Ain. The border shall go down and reach to the eastern side of the Sea of Chinnereth. The border shall go down along the Jordan. And it shall end at the Salt Sea. This shall be your land with its surrounding boundaries. Then Moses commanded the children of Israel, saying, "This is the land which you shall inherit by lot, which the Lord has commanded to give to the 9 tribes and to the half tribe." For the tribe of the children of Reuben, according to the house of their fathers, and the tribe of the children of Gad, according to the house of their fathers, have received their inheritance. And the half tribe of Manasseh has received its inheritance. The 2 tribes and the half tribe have received their inheritance on this side of the Jordan, across from Jericho, eastward toward the sunrise. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, These are the names of the men who shall divide the land among you as an inheritance: Eleazar the priest, and Joshua the son of Nun. And you shall take one leader in every tribe to divide the land for the inheritance. These are the names of the men. From the tribe of Judah, Caleb the son of Zephunah. From the tribe of the children of Simeon, Shemuel the son of Ammihud. From the tribe of Benjamin, Elidad the son of Chuslan. A leader from the tribe of the children of Dan, Buki the son of Jogli. From the sons of Joseph, a leader from the tribe of the children of Manasseh, Haniel the son of Ephod, and a leader from the tribe of the children of Ephraim, Kemuel the son of Shiftan. A leader from the tribe of the children of Zebulun, Elizaphan the son of Parnak. A leader from the tribe of the children of Issachar, Paltiel the son of Azan. A leader from the tribe of the children of Asher, Ahud the son of Shalami. And a leader from the tribe of the children of Naphtali, Badahel the son of Ammihud. These are the ones of the Lord commanded to divide the inheritance among the children of Israel in the land of Canaan. Chapter 35. And the Lord spoke to Moses in the plains of Moab, by the Jordan across from Jericho, saying, Command the children of Israel that they give the Levites cities to dwell in from the inheritance of their possessions. And you shall also give the Levites common land around the cities. They shall have the cities to dwell in, and their common land shall be for their cattle, for their herds, and for all their animals. The common land of the cities which you will give the Levites will extend from the wall of the city outward 1,000 cubits all around. And you shall measure outside the city on the east side 2,000 cubits, on the south side 2,000 cubits, and on the west side 2,000 cubits, and on the north side 2,000 cubits. The city shall be in the middle. This shall belong to them as a common land for the cities. Now among the cities which you will give to the Levites, you shall appoint 6 cities of refuge, to which a manslayer may flee, and to these you shall add 42 cities. So all the cities you will give to the Levites shall be 48. These you shall give with their common land. And the cities which you will give shall be from the possession of the children of Israel. From the larger tribe you shall give many. From the smaller you shall give few. Each shall give some of its cities to the Levites, in proportion to the inheritance that each receives. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, and say to them, When you cross the Jordan into the land of Canaan, then you shall appoint cities to be cities of refuge for you, that the manslayer who kills any person accidentally may flee there. They shall be cities of refuge for you from the avenger, that the manslayer may not die until the stands before the congregation in judgment. And the cities which you give, you shall have 6 cities of refuge. You shall appoint 3 cities on this side of the Jordan, and 3 cities you shall appoint in the land of Canaan, which will be cities of refuge. These 6 cities shall be for refuge for the children of Israel, for the stranger and for the sojourner among them, that anyone who kills a person accidentally may flee there. But if he strikes him with an iron implement so that he dies, he is a murderer. The murderer shall surely be put to death. And if he strikes him with a stone in the hand, by which one could die, and he does die, he is a murderer. The murderer shall surely be put to death. Or if he strikes him with a wooden hand weapon, by which one could die, and he does die, he is a murderer. The murderer shall surely be put to death. The avenger of blood himself shall be put the murderer to death. When he meets him, he shall put him to death. If he pushes him out of hatred or while lying in wait, hurls something at him so that he dies, or in enmity he strikes him with his hand so that he dies, the one who struck him shall surely be put to death. He is a murderer. The avenger of blood shall put the murderer to death when he meets him. However, if he pushes him suddenly without enmity, or throws anything at him without lying in wait, or uses a stone by which a man could die, throwing it at him without seeing him, so that he dies while he was not his enemy, or seeking his harm, then the congregation shall judge between the manslayer and the avenger of blood, according to these judgments. So the congregation shall deliver the manslayer from the hand of the avenger of people, and the congregation shall return him to the city of refuge where he had fled, and he shall remain there until the death of the high priest, who is anointed with the holy oil. But if the manslayer at any time goes outside the limits of the city of refuge where he fled, and the avenger of blood finds him outside the limits of his city of refuge, and the avenger of blood kills the manslayer, he shall not be guilty of blood, because he should have remained in his city of refuge until the death of the high priest. But after the death of the high priest, the manslayer may return to the land of its possession. And these things shall be a statute of judgment to you throughout your generations in all your dwellings. Whoever kills a person, the murderer shall be put to death on the testimony of witnesses. But one witness is not sufficient to testimony against a person for the death penalty. Moreover, you shall take no ransom for the life of a murderer who is guilty of death, but he shall surely be put to death. And you shall take no ransom for him who has fled to the city of refuge, that he may return to dwell in the land before the death of the priests. So you shall not pollute the land where you are, for blood defiles the land, and no atonement can be made for the land, for the blood that is shed on it, except by the blood of him who shed it. Therefore, do not defile the land which you inhabit, in the midst of which I dwell, for I, the Lord, dwell among the children of Israel. Numbers 36, chapter 36. Now the chief fathers of the families of the children of Gilead, the son of Machir, the son of Manasseh, and the families of the sons of Joseph, came near and spoke before Moses and before the leaders, the chief fathers, and the children of Israel. And they said, the Lord commanded my Lord Moses to give the land as an inheritance by lot to the children of Israel. And my Lord was commanded by the Lord to give the inheritance of our brother Zelophehad to his daughters. Now, if they are married to any of the sons of the other tribes of the children of Israel, then their inheritance will be taken from the inheritance of our fathers, and it will be added to the inheritance of the tribe into which they marry. So it would be taken from the lot of our inheritance. And when the Jubilee of the children of Israel comes, then their inheritance will be added to the inheritance of the tribe into which they marry. So their inheritance will be taken away from the inheritance of the tribe of our fathers. And Moses commanded the children of Israel according to the word of the Lord, saying, what the tribe of the sons of Joseph speaks is right. This is what the Lord commands concerning the daughters of Zelophehad, saying, let them marry whom they think best, but they may marry only within the family of their father's tribe. So the inheritance of the children of Israel will not change hands from tribe to tribe. For every one of the children of Israel shall keep the inheritance of the tribe of his fathers. And every daughter who possesses an inheritance in any tribe of the children of Israel shall be the wife of one of the family of her father's tribe, so that the children of Israel each may possess the inheritance of his fathers. Thus no inheritance shall change hands from one tribe to another. But every tribe of the children of Israel shall keep its own inheritance. Just as the Lord commanded Moses, so did the daughters of Zelophehad. For Mala, Tazah, Magla, Milcah, and Noah, the daughters of Zelophehad, were married to the sons of their father's brothers. They were married into the families of the children of Manasseh, the son of Joseph, and their inheritance remained in the tribe of their father's family. These are the commandments and the judgments which the Lord commanded the children of Israel by the hand of Moses in the plains of Moab by the Jordan across from Jericho. The book of Deuteronomy. Deuteronomy chapter 1. These are the words which Moses spoke to all Israel on the side of Jordan on the wilderness, in the plain opposite Suf, between Paran, Tophel, Laban, Hazeroth, and Dizahem. It is 11 days' journey from Horeb, by way of Mount Seir, to Kadesh Barnea. Now it came to pass in the 14th year, in the 11th month, on the first day of the month, that Moses spoke to the children of Israel concerning to all that the Lord had given them as commandments to them. After he had killed Sihon, king of the Amorites, who dwelt in Heshbon, and Og, king of Bashan, who dwelt at Ashtaroth in Elderai, on this side of the Jordan in the land of Moab, Moses began to explain this law, saying, The Lord our God spoke to us in Horeb, saying, You have dwelt long enough at this mountain. Turn and take your journey and go to the mountains of the Amorites, to all the neighboring places in the plain, in the mountains and in the lowland, in the south and on the seacoast, to the land of the Canaanites and to Lebanon, as far as the great river, the river Euphrates. See, I have set the land before you. Go in and possess the land, which the Lord swore to our fathers, to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, to give to them and their descendants after them. And I spoke to you at that time, saying, I alone am not able to bear you. The Lord your God has multiplied you, and here you are today, as the stars of heaven in multitude. May the Lord God of your fathers make you 1,000 times more numerous than you are, and bless you as he has promised you. How can I alone bear your problems and your burdens and your complaints? Choose wise, understanding, and knowledgeable men from among your tribes, and I will make them heads over you. And you answered me and said, The thing which you have told us to do is good. So I took the heads of your tribes, wise and knowledgeable men, and made them heads over you, leaders of thousands, leaders of hundreds, leaders of 50s, and leaders of 10s, and officers for your tribes. Then I commanded your judges at that time, saying, Hear the cases between your brethren, and judge righteously, between a man and his brother, or the stranger who is with him. You will not show partiality in judgment. You shall hear the small as well as the great, and you shall not be afraid in any man's presence, for the judgment is God's. The case that is too hard for you, bring to me, and I will hear it. I'm going to read that again. Then I commanded your judges at that time, saying, Hear the cases between your brethren, and judge righteously, between a man and his brother, and the stranger who is with him. You shall not show partiality. in judgment. You shall hear the small as well as the great. You shall not be afraid in any man's presence, for the judgment is God's. The case that is too hard for you, bring to me, and I will hear it. And I commanded you at that time all the things which you should do. So we departed from Horeb and went through all the great and terrible wilderness, which you saw on the way to the mountains of the Amorites, as the Lord our God had commanded us. Then we came to Kadesh Barnea. And I said to you, you have come to the mountains of the Amorites, which the Lord our God is giving us. Look, the Lord your God has set the land before you. Go up and possess it, as the Lord God of your fathers has spoken to you. Do not fear or be discouraged. And every one of you came near to me and said, let us send men before us, and let them search out the land for us, and bring back word to us of the way by which we should go up, and of the cities into which we shall come. The plan pleased me well. So I took 12 of your men, one man from each tribe, and they departed and went up into the mountains and came to the valley of Shkol and spied it out. They also took some of the fruit of the land in their hands and brought it back down to us. And they brought back word to us, saying, it is good land, which the Lord our God is giving us. Nevertheless, you would not go up, but rebelled against the command of the Lord your God. And you complained in your tents and said, because the Lord hates us, he has brought us out of the land of Egypt to deliver us into the hand of the Amorites to destroy us. Where can we go up? Our brethren have discouraged our hearts, saying, the people are greater and taller than we. The cities are great and fortified up to heaven. Moreover, we have seen the sons of the Anakim there. Then I said to you, do not be terrified or afraid of them. The Lord your God who goes before you, he will fight for you according to all he did for you in Egypt before your eyes. And in the wilderness, where you saw how the Lord your God carried you, as a man carries his son in all the way that you went until you came to this place. Yet for all that you did not believe the Lord your God, who went in the way before you to search out a place for you to pitch your tents, to show you the way you should go in the fire by night and in the cloud by day. And the Lord heard the sound of your words and was angry and took an oath, saying, surely not one of these men of this evil generation shall see that good land of which I swore to give to your fathers, except Caleb the son of Jephunneh. He shall see it, and to him and his children I am giving the land on which he walked, because he wholly followed the Lord. The Lord was also angry with me for your sake, saying, even you shall not go in there. Joshua, the son of Nun, who stands before you, he shall go in there. Encourage him, and he shall cause Israel to inherit it. Moreover, your little ones and your children, who you say will be victims, who today have no knowledge of good and evil, they shall go in there. To them I will give it, and they shall possess it. But as for you, turn and take your journey into the wilderness by the way of the Red Sea. Then you answered and said to me, we have sinned against the Lord. We will go up and fight, just as the Lord our God commanded us. And when every one of you had girded on his weapons of war, you were ready to go up into the mountain. And the Lord said to me, tell them, do not go up nor fight, for I am not among you, lest you be defeated before your enemies. So I spoke to you, yet you would not listen, but rebelled against the command of the Lord, and presumptuously went up into the mountain. And the Amorites who dwelt in that mountain came out against you, and chased you as bees do, and drove you back from Seir to Hermah. Then you returned and wept before the Lord, but the Lord would not listen to your voice, nor give ear to you. So you remained in Kadesh many days, according to the days that you spent there. Chapter 2. Then we turned and journeyed into the wilderness of the way of the Red Sea, as the Lord spoke to me, and we skirted Mount Seir for many days. And the Lord spoke to me, saying, You have skirted this mountain long enough. Turn northward. Turn northward and command the people, saying, You are about to pass through the territory of your brethren, the descendants of Esau, who live in Seir, and they will be afraid of you. Therefore, watch yourselves carefully. Do not meddle with them, for I will not give you any of their land. No, not so much as one footstep, because I have given Mount Seir to Esau as a possession. You shall buy food from them with money, that you may eat, and you shall also buy water from them with money, that you may drink. For the Lord your God has blessed you in all the work of your hand. He knows you're trudging through this great wilderness. These 40 years the Lord your God has been with you. You have lacked nothing. And when we pass beyond our brethren, the descendants of Esau, who dwell in Seir, away from the road of the plain, away from Elath and Ezion Geber, we turned and passed by the way of the wilderness of Moab. Then the Lord said to me, Do not harass Moab, nor contend with them in battle, for I will not give you any of their land as a possession, because I have given Ar to the descendants of Lot as a possession. The Yemen have dwelt there in times past, a people as great and numerous and tall as the Anakim. They were also regarded as giants, like the Anakim. But the Moabites called them Amim. The Horites formerly dwelt in Seir, but the descendants of Esau dispossessed them and destroyed them from before them, and dwelt in their place, just as Israel did to the land of their possession, which the Lord gave them. Now rise and cross over the valley of Zered. So we crossed over the valley of Zered, and the time we took to come from Kadesh Barnea until we crossed over the valley of Zered was 38 years, until all the generation of the men of war was consumed from the midst of the camp, just as the Lord has sworn to them. For indeed the hand of the Lord was against them, to destroy them from the midst of the camp until they were consumed. So it was, when all the men of war had finally perished from among the people, that the Lord spoke to me, saying, This day you are to cross over at Ar, the boundary of Moab. And when you come near the people of Ammon, do not harass them or meddle with them, for I will not give you any of the land of the people of Ammon as a possession, because I have given it to the descendants of Lot as a possession. I was also regarded as a land of giants. Giants formerly dwelt there, but the Ammonites called them Zamzummim, a people as great and numerous and tall as the Anakim. But the Lord destroyed them before them, and they dispossessed them and dwelt in their place, just as he had done for the descendants of Esau, who dwelt in Seir, when he destroyed the Horites from before them. They dispossessed them and dwelt in their place even to this day. And the Avim, who dwelt in villages as far as Gaza, the Caphtorim, who came from Caphtor, destroyed them and dwelt in their place. Rise, take your journey, and cross over the river Arnon. Look, I have given into your hand Sihon the Amorite, king of Heshbon, and his land. Begin to possess it and engage him in battle. This day I will begin to put the dread and fear of you upon the nations under the whole heaven. Who shall hear the report of you, and shall tremble and be in anguish because of you? And I sent messengers from the wilderness of Kedemoth to Sihon, king of Heshbon, with words of peace, saying, Let me pass through your land. I will keep strictly to the road, and I will turn neither to the right nor to the left. You shall sell me food for money, that I may eat, and give me water for money, that I may drink. Only let me pass through on foot. Just as the descendants of Esau, who dwell in Seir, and the Moabites, who dwell in Ar, did for me, until I cross the Jordan to the land which the Lord our God is giving us. But Sihon, king of Heshbon, would not let us pass through, for the Lord your God hardened his spirit and made his heart obstinate, that he might deliver him into your hand, as it is this day. And the Lord said to me, See, I have begun to give Sihon and his land over to you. Begin to possess it, that you may inherit his land. Then Sihon and all his people came out against us to fight at Jahaz. And the Lord our God delivered him over to us, so we defeated him, his sons, and all his people. We took all his cities at that time, and we utterly destroyed the men and women and little ones of every city. We left none remaining. We took only the livestock as plunder for ourselves, with the spoil of the cities which we took, from Arar, which is on the bank of the river Arnon, and from the city that is in the ravine, as far as Gilead. There was not one city too strong for us. The Lord our God delivered all to us. Only you did not go near the land of the people of our Ammon, anywhere along the river Jabbok, or to the cities of the mountains, or wherever the Lord our God had forbidden us. Chapter 3. Then we turned and went to the road to Bashan, and Og, king of Bashan, came out against us, he and all his people, to battle at Edrei. And the Lord said to me, Do not fear him, for I have delivered him and all his people and his land into your hand. And you shall do to him as you did to Sihon, king of the Amorites, who dwelt at Heshbon. So the Lord our God has delivered into our hands Og, king of Bashan, with all his people, and we attacked him until he had no survivors remaining. And we took all his cities at that time. There was not a city which we did not take from them. 60 cities, all the region of Agab, the king of Og and Bashan. All these cities were fortified with high walls, gates, and bars, besides a great many rural towns. And we utterly destroyed them, as we did to Sihon, king of Bashan, Heshbon, utterly destroying the men, women, and children of every city. But all the livestock and the spoil of the cities we took as booty for ourselves. And at that time we took the land from the hand of the 2 kings of the Amorites, who were on this side of the Jordan, from the river Arnon to Mount Hermon. The Sidonians call Hermon Syrian, and the Amorites call it Sinir. All the cities of the plain, all Gilead, and all Bashan, as far as Silkah and Edrei, cities of the kingdom of Og and Bashan, for only Og, king of Bashan, remained of the remnant of the giants. Indeed, his bedstead was an iron bedstead. Is it not in Rabbah of the people of Ammon? 9 cubits is its length, and 4 cubits its width, according to the standard cubit. And this land, which we possessed at that time, from Aurora, which is by the river Arnon, and half the mountains of Gilead and its cities, I gave to the Reubenites and the Gadites. The rest of Gilead and all Bashan, the kingdom of Og, I gave to half the tribe of Manasseh. All the region of Argob with all Bashan was called the land of the giants. Jer, the son of Manasseh, took all the region of Argob, as far as the border of the Gusherites and the Mahasherites, and called Bashan after his own name, Havoth Jar, to this day. Also I gave Gilead to Machir, and to the Reubenites and the Gadites I gave from Gilead as far as the river Arnon, and the middle of the river as the border, as far as the river Jabbok, the border of the people of Ammon. The plain also with the Jordan as the border, from Chinnereth as far as the east side of the sea of Arabah, the salt sea below the slopes of Pisgah. And then I commanded you at the time, saying, the Lord your God has given you this land to possess. All you men of valor shall cross over armed before your brethren, the children of Israel. But your wives, your little ones, and your livestock, I know that you have much livestock, shall stay in your cities which I have given you, until the Lord has given rest to the brethren as to you, and they also possess the land which the Lord your God is giving them, beyond the Jordan. Then each of you may return to his possession which I have given you. And I commanded Joshua at that time, saying, your eyes have seen all that the Lord your God has done to these two kings. So will the Lord do to all the kingdoms through which you pass. You must not fear them, for the Lord your God himself fights for you. Then I pleaded with the Lord at that time, saying, O Lord God, you have begun to show your servant your greatness and your mighty hand. For what God is there in heaven or on earth who can do anything like your works and your mighty deeds? I pray, let me cross over and see the good land beyond the Jordan, those pleasant mountains and Lebanon. But the Lord was angry with me on your account and would not listen to me. So the Lord said to me, enough of that. Speak no more to me of this matter. Go up to the top of Pisgah, and lift your eyes toward the west, the north, the south, and the east. Behold it with your eyes, for you shall not cross over this Jordan. But command Joshua and encourage him and strengthen him, for he shall go over before his people, and he shall cause them to inherit the land which you will see. So we stayed in the valley opposite Beth Peor. Chapter 4. Now, O Israel, listen to the statutes and judgments, which I teach you to observe, that you may live and go in and possess the land which the Lord God of your fathers is giving you. You shall not add to the word which I command you, nor take from it, that you may keep the commandments of the Lord your God which I command you. Your eyes have seen what the Lord did at Baal Peor, for the Lord your God has destroyed from among you all the men who followed Baal Peor. But you who held fast to the Lord your God are alive today, every one of you. Surely I have taught you statutes and judgments, just as the Lord my God commanded me, that you should act according to them in the land which you go to possess. Therefore, be careful to observe them, for this is your wisdom and your understanding in the sight of the peoples who will hear all these statutes and say, surely this great nation is a wise and understanding people. For what great nation is there that has God so near to it, as the Lord our God is to us, for whatever reason we may call upon him? And what great nation is there that has such statutes and righteous judgments as are in all the law which I set before you this day. Only take heed to yourselves and diligently keep yourself, lest you forget the things your eyes have seen, and lest they depart from your heart all the days of your life, and teach them to your children and your grandchildren, especially concerning the day you stood before the Lord your God in Horeb, when the Lord said to me, gather the people to me, and I will let them hear my words, that they may learn to fear me all the days they live on the earth, and that they may teach their children. Then you came near and stood at the foot of the mountain, and the mountain burned with fire to the midst of heaven, with darkness, cloud, and thick darkness. And the Lord spoke to you out of the midst of the fire. You heard the sound of the words, but saw no form. You only heard a voice. So he declared to you his covenant, which he commanded you to perform the 10 commandments, and he wrote them on 2 tablets of stone. And the Lord commanded me at that time to teach you statutes and judgments, that you might observe them in the land which you cross over to possess. Take careful heed to yourselves, for you saw no form when the Lord spoke to you at Horeb out of the midst of the fire, lest you act corruptly and make for yourselves a carved image in the form of any figure, the likeness of male or female, the likeness of any animal that is on the earth, or the likeness of any winged bird that flies in the air, the likeness of anything that creeps on the ground, or the likeness of any fish that is in the water beneath the earth. And take heed, lest you lift your eyes to heaven, and when you see the sun, the moon, the stars, all the host of heaven, you feel driven to worship them and serve them, which the Lord your God has given to all the peoples under the whole heaven as a heritage. But the Lord has taken you and brought you out of the iron furnace, out of Egypt, to be his people, an inheritance as you are this day. Furthermore, the Lord was angry with me for your sakes, and swore that I would not cross over the Jordan, and that I would not enter the good land which the Lord your God is giving you as an inheritance, but I must die in this land. I must not cross over the Jordan, but you shall cross over and possess that good land. Take heed to yourselves, lest you forget the covenant of the Lord your God, which he made with you, and make for yourselves a carved image in the form of anything which the Lord your God has forbidden you. For the Lord your God is a consuming fire, a jealous God. When you beget children and grandchildren, and have grown old in the land, and act corruptly, and make a carved image in the form of anything, and do evil in the sight of the Lord your God to provoke him to anger, I call heaven and earth to witness against you this day, that you will soon utterly perish from the land which you cross over the Jordan to possess. You will not prolong your days in it, but will be utterly destroyed. And the Lord will scatter you among the peoples, and you will be left few in number among the nations, where the Lord will drive you. And there you will serve gods, the work of men's hands, wood and stone, which neither see nor hear nor eat nor smell. But from there you will seek the Lord your God, and you will find him if you seek him with all your heart and with all your soul. When you are in distress, and all these things come upon you in the latter days, when you turn to the Lord your God and obey his voice, for the Lord your God is a merciful God. He will not forsake you nor destroy you, nor forget the covenant of your fathers which he swore to them. For Ask now concerning the days that are past, which were before you, since the day that God created man on the earth, and ask from one end of the heaven to the other, whether any great thing like this has happened, or anything like it has been heard. Did you any people ever hear the voice of God speaking out of the midst of the fire, as you have heard and live? Or did God ever try to go and take for himself a nation from the midst of another nation by trials, by signs, by wonders, by war, by a mighty hand and an outstretched arm, and by great terrors, according to all that the Lord your God did for you in Egypt before your eyes? To you it was shown that you might know that the Lord himself is God. There is none other besides him. Out of heaven he let you hear his voice, that he might instruct you. On earth he showed you his great fire, and you heard his words out of the midst of the fire. And because he loved your fathers, therefore he chose their descendants after them. And he brought you out of Egypt with his presence, with his mighty power, driving out from before you nations greater and mightier than you, to bring you in to give you their land as an inheritance, as it is this day. Therefore know this day and consider it in your heart that the Lord himself is God in heaven, above and on the earth beneath. There is no other. You shall therefore keep his statutes and his commandments, which I command you today, that it may go well with you and with your children after you, and that you may prolong your days in the land which the Lord your God is giving you for all time. Then Moses set apart 3 cities on this side of the Jordan toward the rising of the sun, that the manslayer might flee there, who kills his neighbor unintentionally without having hated him in the time past, and that by fleeing to one of these cities he might live. Bezer in the wilderness on the plateau of the Reubenites, Ramoth in Gilead for the Gadites, and Golan and Bashan for the Manassites. Now this is the law which Moses set before the children of Israel. These are the testimonies, the statutes, and the judgments which Moses spoke to the children of Israel after they came out of Egypt. On this side of the Jordan, in the valley opposite Beth Peor, in the land of Sihon, king of the Amorites, who dwelt in Heshbon, whom Moses and the children of Israel defeated after they came out of Egypt. And they took possession of his land in the land of Og, king of Bashan, 2 kings of the Amorites, who were on the side of the Jordan toward the rising of the sun, from Aroer, which is on the bank of the river, Arnon, even to Mount Sion, that is Hermon, and all the plain on the east side of the Jordan, as far as the sea of the Arabah, below the slopes of Pisgah. Chapter 5. And Moses called all Israel and said to them, Hear, O Israel, the statutes and judgments which I speak in your hearing today, that you may learn them and be careful to observe them. The Lord your God made a covenant with us in Horeb. The Lord did not make his covenant with our fathers, but with us, those who are here today, all of us who are alive. The Lord talked with you face to face on the mountain from the midst of the fire. I stood between the Lord and you at that time to declare to you the word of the Lord, for you were afraid because of the fire, and you did not go up the mountain. He said, I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. You shall have no other gods before me. You shall not make for yourself a carved image, any likeness of anything that is in the heaven above or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. You shall not bow down to them, nor serve them. For I, the Lord your God, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generations of those who hated me, but showing mercy to thousands, to those who love me and keep my commandments. You shall not take the name of the Lord your God in vain, for the Lord will not hold him guiltless who takes his name in vain. Observe the Sabbath day to keep it holy, as the Lord your God commanded you. 6 days you shall labor and do all your work, but the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord your God. In it you shall do no work, you nor your son, nor your daughter, nor your male servant, nor your female servant, nor your ox, nor your donkey, nor any of your cattle, nor your stranger who is within your gates, that your male servant and your female servant may rest as well as you. And remember that you were a slave in the land of Egypt, and the Lord your God brought you out from there by a mighty hand and by an outstretched arm. Therefore the Lord your God commanded you to keep the Sabbath day. Honor your father and your mother as the Lord your God has commanded you, that your days may be long, and that it may be well with you in the land which the Lord your God is giving you. You shall not murder, you shall not commit adultery, you shall not steal, you shall not bear false witness against your neighbor, you shall not covet your neighbor's wife, and you shall not desire your neighbor's house, his field, his male servant, his female servant, his ox, his donkey, or anything that is your neighbor's. These words the Lord spoke to all your assembly in the mountain from the midst of the fire, the cloud, and the thick darkness with a loud voice, and he added no more. And he wrote them on 2 tablets of stone and gave them to me. So it was when you heard the voice from the midst of the darkness, while the mountain was burning with fire, that you came near to me, all the heads of your tribes and your elders. And you said, surely the Lord our God has shown us his glory and his greatness, and we have heard his voice from the midst of the fire. We have seen this day that God speaks with man, yet he still lives. Now therefore, why should we die? For this great fire will consume us if we hear the voice of the Lord our God anymore. And then we shall die. For who is there of all flesh who has heard the voice of the living God speaking from the midst of the fire, as we have and lived? You go near and hear all that the Lord our God may say, and tell us all that the Lord our God says to you, and we will hear and do it. Then the Lord heard the voice of your words when you spoke to me, and the Lord said to me, I have heard the voice of the words of this people which they have spoken to you. They are right in all that they have spoken. Oh, that they had such a heart in them that they would fear me and always keep all my commandments, that it might be well with them and with their children forever. God, or go and say to them, return to your tents. But as for you, stand here by me, and I will speak to you all the commandments, the statutes, and the judgments, which you shall teach them, that they may observe them in the land which I am giving them to possess. Therefore you shall be careful to do as the Lord your God has commanded you. You shall not turn aside to the right hand or to the left. You shall walk in all the ways which the Lord your God has commanded you, that you may live, and that it may be well with you, and that you may prolong your days in the land which you shall possess. Chapter 6. Now this is the commandment, and these are the statutes and judgments which the Lord your God has commanded to teach you, that you may observe them in the land which you are crossing over to possess, and you may fear the Lord your God, to keep all his statutes and his commandments, which I command you, you and your son and your grandson, all the days of your life, and that your days may be prolonged. Therefore, hear, O Israel, and be careful to observe it, that it may be well with you, and that you may multiply greatly, as the Lord God of your fathers has promised you, a land flowing with milk and honey. Hear, O Israel, the Lord your God, the Lord is one. The Lord our God, the Lord is one. You shall love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, with all your strength. And these words which I command you today shall be in your heart. You shall teach them diligently to your children. You shall talk of them when you sit in your house, when you walk by the way, when you lie down, and when you rise up. You shall bind them as a sign on your hand, and they shall be as frontlets between your eyes. You shall write them on the doorposts of your house and on your gates. So it shall be, when the Lord your God brings you into the land of which he swore to your fathers, to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, to give you large and beautiful cities which you did not build, houses full of all good things which you did not fill, hew not wells which you did not dig, vineyards and olive trees which you did not plant, when you have eaten and are full. Then beware lest you forget the Lord you who brought you out of the land of Egypt, from the house of bondage. You shall fear the Lord your God and serve him, and shall take oaths in his name. You shall not go after other gods, and gods of the peoples who are all around you. For the Lord your God is a jealous God among you, lest the anger of the Lord your God be aroused against you and destroy you from the face of the earth. You shall not tempt the Lord your God, as you tempted him in Massah. You shall diligently keep the commandments of the Lord your God, his testimonies and his statutes, which he has commanded you. You shall do what is right and good in the sight of the Lord, that it may be well with you, and that you may go in and possess the good land of which the Lord swore to your fathers, to cast out all your enemies from before you, as the Lord has spoken. When your son asks you in time to come, saying, what is the meaning of the testimonies, the statutes, and the judgments which the Lord our God has commanded you? And you shall say to your son, we were slaves of Pharaoh in Egypt, and the Lord brought us out of Egypt with a mighty hand. And the Lord showed signs and wonders before our eyes, great and severe, against Egypt, Pharaoh, and all his household. Then he brought us out from there, that he might bring us in, to give us the land of which he swore to our fathers. And the Lord commanded us to observe all these statutes, to fear the Lord our God, for our good always, that he might preserve us alive as it is this day. Then it will be righteousness for us, if we are careful to observe all the commandments before the Lord our God, as he has commanded us. Chapter 7. When the Lord your God brings you into the land which you go to possess, and has cast out many nations before you, the Hittites and the Gigashites, and the Amorites, and the Canaanites, and the Perizzites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites, 7 nations greater and mightier than you. And when the Lord your God delivers them over to you, you shall conquer them and utterly destroy them. You shall make no covenant with them, nor show mercy to them, nor shall you make marriages with them. You shall not give your daughter to their son, nor take their daughter for your son. For they will turn your sons away from following me to serve other gods. So the anger of the Lord will be aroused against you and destroy you suddenly. But thus you shall deal with them. You shall destroy their altars and break down their sacred pillars and cut down their wood images and burn their carved images with fire. For you are a holy people to the Lord your God. The Lord your God has chosen you to be a people for himself, a special treasure above all the peoples on the face of the earth. The Lord did not set his love on you nor choose you because you were more in number than any other people, for you were the least of all the peoples. But because the Lord loves you, and because he would keep the oath which he swore to your fathers, the Lord has brought you out with a mighty hand, and he redeemed you from the house of bondage, from the hand of Pharaoh, king of Egypt. Therefore know that the Lord your God, he is God, the faithful God, who keeps covenant and mercy for 1,000 generations with those who love him and keep his commandments. And he repays those who hate him to their face to destroy them. He will not be slack with them. He who hates him, he will repay him to his face. Therefore you shall keep the commandment, the statutes, and the judgments, which I command you today to observe them. Then it shall come to pass, because you listen to these judgments and keep and do them, that the Lord your God will keep with you the covenant and the mercy which he swore to your fathers. And he will love you and bless you and multiply you. He will also bless the fruit of your womb and the fruit of your land, your grain and your new wine and your oil, the increase of your cattle and the offspring of your flock, in the land of which he swore to your fathers to give you. You shall be blessed above all peoples. There shall not be a male or female barren among you or among your livestock. And the Lord will take away from you all sickness, and will afflict you with none of the terrible diseases of Egypt, which you have known, but will lay them on all those who hate you. Also, you shall destroy all the peoples whom the Lord your God delivers over to you. Your eyes shall have no pity on them, nor shall you serve their gods, for that will be a snare to you. If you should say in your heart, these nations are greater than I, how can I dispossess them? You shall not be afraid of them, but you shall remember well what the Lord your God did to Pharaoh and to all Egypt, the great trials which your eyes saw, the signs and the wonders, the mighty hand and outstretched arm by which the Lord your God brought you out. So shall the Lord your God do to all the people of whom you are afraid. Moreover, the Lord your God will send the hornet among them, until those who are left, who hide themselves from you, are destroyed. You shall not be terrified of them, for the Lord your God, the great and awesome God, is among you. And the Lord your God will drive out those nations before you little by little. You will be unable to destroy them at once, lest the beasts of the field become too numerous for you. But the Lord your God will deliver them over to you, and will inflict defeat upon them until they are destroyed. And he will deliver their kings into your hand, and you will destroy their name from under heaven. No one shall be able to stand against you until you have destroyed them. You shall burn the carved images of their gods with fire, and you shall not covet the silver or gold that is on them, nor take it for yourselves, lest you be snared by it, for it is an abomination to the Lord your God. Nor shall you bring an abomination into your house, lest you be doomed to destruction like it. You shall utterly detest it and utterly abhor it, for it is an accursed thing. Chapter 8. Every commandment which I command you today you must be careful to observe, that you may live and multiply, and go in and possess the land of which the Lord swore to your fathers. And you shall remember that the Lord your God led you all the way these 40 years in the wilderness to humble you and test you, to know what was in your heart, whether you would keep his commandments or not. So he humbled you, allowed you to hunger, and fed you with manna, which you did not know, nor did your fathers know, that he might make you know that man shall not live by bread alone, but man lives by every word that proceeds from the mouth of God. Your garments did not wear out on you, nor did your foot swell these 40 years. You should know in your heart that as a man chastens his son, so the Lord your God chastens you. Therefore you shall keep the commandments of the Lord your God, to walk in his ways and to fear him. For the Lord your God is bringing you into a good land, a land of brooks of water, of fountains and springs that flow out of valleys and hills, a land of wheat and barley, of vines and fig trees and pomegranates, a land of olive oil and honey, a land in which you will eat bread without scarcity, in which you will lack nothing, a land whose stones are iron, and out of whose hills you can dig copper. When you have eaten and are full, then you shall bless the Lord your God for the good land which he has given you. Beware that you do not forget the Lord your God by not keeping his commandments, his judgments, and his statutes, which I command you today, lest when you have eaten and are full, and have built beautiful houses and dwell in them, and when your herds and your flocks multiply, and your silver and your gold are multiplied, and all that you have is multiplied, when your heart is lifted up and you forget the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt from the house of bondage, who led you through that great and terrible wilderness, in which were fiery serpents and scorpions and thirsty land, where there was no water, who brought water for you out of the flinty rock, who fed you in the wilderness with manna, which your fathers did not know, that he might humble you, and that he might test you, to do you good in the end. Then you say in your heart, my power and the might of my hand have gained me this wealth. And you shall remember the Lord your God, for it is he who gives you power to get wealth, that he may establish his covenant, which he swore to your fathers, as it is this day. Then it shall be, if you by any means forget the Lord your God, and follow other gods, and serve them and worship them, I testify against you this day, that you shall surely perish. As the nations which the Lord destroys before you, so you shall perish, because you would not be obedient to the voice of the Lord your God. Chapter 9. Hear, O Israel, you are to cross over the Jordan today and go in to dispossess nations greater and mightier than yourself, cities great and fortified up to heaven, a people great and tall, the descendants of the Anakim, whom you know, and of whom you heard it said, who can stand before the descendants of Anak? Therefore understand today that the Lord your God is he who goes over before you as a consuming fire. He will destroy them and bring them down before you, so you shall drive them out and destroy them quickly, as the Lord has said to you. Do not think in your heart, after the Lord your God has cast them out before you, saying, because of my righteousness the Lord has brought me in to possess this land. But it is because of the wickedness of these nations that the Lord is driving them out from before you. It is not because of your righteousness or the uprightness of your heart that you go in to possess their land, but because of the wickedness of these nations, that the Lord your God drives them out from before you, and that he may fulfill the word which the Lord swore to your fathers, to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Therefore, understand. That the Lord your God is not giving you this good land to possess because of your righteousness, for you are a stiff-necked people. Remember, do not forget how you provoked the Lord your God to wrath in the wilderness, from the day that you departed from the land of Egypt until you came to this place. You have been rebellious against the Lord. Also in Horeb, you provoked the Lord to wrath, so that the Lord was angry enough with you to have destroyed you. When I went up into the mountain to receive the tablets of stone, the tablets of the covenant which the Lord made with you, then I stayed on the mountain 40 days and 40 nights. I neither ate bread nor drank water. Then the Lord delivered to me 2 tablets of stone written with the finger of God, and on them were all the words which the Lord had spoken to you on the mountain from the midst of the fire in the day of the assembly. And it came to pass at the end of 40 days and 40 nights that the Lord gave me the 2 tablets of stone, the tablets of the covenant. Then the Lord said to me, Arise, go down quickly from here, for your people whom you brought out of Egypt have acted corruptly. They have quickly turned aside from the way which I commanded them. They have made themselves a molded image. Furthermore, the Lord spoke to me, saying, I have seen this people, and indeed they are stiff-necked people. Let me alone, that I may destroy them, and blot out their names from under heaven, and I will make of you a nation mightier and greater than they. So I turned and came down from the mountain, and the mountain burned with fire, and the 2 tablets of the covenant were in my 2 hands. And I looked, and behold, you had sinned against the Lord your God, had made for yourselves a molded calf. You had turned aside quickly from the way which the Lord had commanded you. And I took the 2 tablets and drew them out of my 2 hands and broke them before your eyes. And I fell down before the Lord as at the first 40 days and 40 nights. I neither ate bread nor drank water, because of all your sin which you committed in doing wickedly in the sight of the Lord, to provoke him to anger. For I was afraid of the anger and hot displeasure with which the Lord was angry with you, to destroy you. But the Lord listened to me at that time also. And the Lord was very angry with Aaron and would have destroyed him. So I prayed for Aaron also at that same time. When I took your sin, the calf which you had made, and burned it with fire, and crushed it, and ground it very small, until it was as fine as dust, and I threw its dust into the brook that descended from the mountain. Also at Kabarah and Massah and Kibrith Hateva, you provoked the Lord to wrath. Likewise, when the Lord sent you from Kadesh Barnea, saying, Go up and possess the land which I have given you, and you rebelled against the commandment of the Lord your God, and you did not believe him nor obey his voice. You have been rebellious against the Lord from the day that I knew you. Thus I prostrated myself before the Lord 40 days and 40 nights. I kept prostrating myself because the Lord had said he would destroy you. Therefore I prayed to the Lord and said, O Lord God, do not destroy your people and your inheritance, whom you have redeemed through your greatness, whom you have brought out of Egypt with a mighty hand. Remember your servants, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Do not look on the stubbornness of this people or on the wickedness of their sin, lest the land from which you brought us should say, because the Lord was not able to bring them to the land which he promised them, because he hated them, he has brought them out to kill them in the wilderness. Yet they are your people and your inheritance, whom you brought out by your mighty power and by your outstretched arm. 10. Chapter 10. At that time the Lord said to me, hew for yourself 2 tablets of stone like the first, and come up to me on the mountain and make yourself an ark of wood. And I will write on the tablets the words that were on the first tablets, which you broke, and you shall put them in the ark. So I made an ark of acacia wood, hewed 2 tablets of stone, made the first, and went up to the mountain, having the 2 tablets in my hand. And he wrote on the tablets, according to the first writing, the 10 commandments, which the Lord had spoken to you in the mountain from the midst of the fire in the day of the assembly, and the Lord gave them to me. Then I turned and came down from the mountain and put the tablets in the ark which I had made, and there they are, just as the Lord commanded me. Now the children of Israel journeyed from the wells of Bene Jachin and Mezerah, where Aaron died, and where he was buried, and Eleazar's son ministered as priest in his stead. From there they journeyed to Gudgodah, and from Gudgodah to Jotbathah, a land of rivers of water. At that time the Lord separated the tribe of Levi to bear the ark of the covenant of the Lord, to stand before the Lord to minister to him, and to bless in his name to this day. Therefore Levi has no portion nor inheritance with his brethren. The Lord is his inheritance, just as the Lord your God promised him. As at that first time, I stayed in the mountain 40 days and 40 nights. The Lord also heard me at that time, and the Lord chose not to destroy you. Then the Lord said to me, arise, begin your journey before the people, that they may go in and possess the land which I swore to their fathers to give them. And now, Israel, what does the Lord your God require of you, but to fear the Lord your God, to walk in all his ways, and to love him, to serve the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul, and to keep the commandments of the Lord and his statutes, which I command you today for your good. Indeed, heaven and the highest heavens belong to the Lord your God, also the earth with all that is in it. The Lord delighted only in your fathers to love them, and he chose their descendants after them, you above all peoples, as it is this day. Therefore circumcise the foreskin of your heart, and be stiff-necked no longer. For the Lord your God is God of gods and Lord of lords, the great God, mighty and awesome, who shows no partiality, nor takes a bribe. He administers justice for the fatherless and the widow, and loves the stranger, giving him food and clothing. Therefore love the stranger, for you are strangers in the land of Egypt. You shall fear the Lord your God. You shall serve him, and to him you shall hold fast and take oaths in his name. He is your praise, and he is your God, who has done for you these great and awesome things, which your eyes have seen. Your fathers went down to Egypt with 70 persons, and now the Lord your God has made you as the stars of heaven in multitude. Chapter 11. Therefore you shall love the Lord your God, and keep his charge, his statutes, his judgments, and his commandments always. Know that I do not speak with your children, who have not known and who have not seen the chastening of the Lord your God, his greatness and his mighty hand and his outstretched arm, his signs and his acts, which he did in the midst of Egypt, to Pharaoh king of Egypt, and to all his land, what he did to the army of Egypt, to their horses and their chariots, how he made the waters at the Red Sea overflow them as they pursued you, and how the Lord has destroyed them to this day, what he did for you in the wilderness until you came to this place, and what he did to Dathan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab, the son of Reuben, how the earth opened its mouth and swallowed them up, their households, their tents, and all their substance that was in their possession in the midst of all Israel. But your eyes have seen every great act of the Lord which he did. Therefore you shall keep every commandment which I command you today, and you may be strong and go in and possess the land which you cross over to possess, and that you may prolong your days in the land which the Lord swore to give your fathers, to them and their descendants, a land flowing with milk and honey. For the land which you go to possess is not like the land of Egypt, from which you have come, where you sowed your seed and watered it by foot as a vegetable garden. But the land which you cross over to possess is a land of hills and valleys, which drinks water from the rain of heaven, a land for which the Lord your God cares. The eyes of the Lord your God are always on it, from the beginning of the year to the very end of the year. And it shall be that, if you earnestly obey my commandments, which I command you today, to love the Lord your God and serve him with all your heart and with all your soul, then I will give you the rain for your land in its season, the early rain and the later rain, that you may gather in your grain, your new wine, and your oil. And I will send grass in your fields and for your livestock, that you may eat and be filled. Take heed to yourselves, lest your heart be deceived, and you turn aside and serve other gods and worship them, lest the Lord's anger be aroused against you, and he shut up the heavens so that there be no rain, and the land yield no produce, and you perish quickly from the good land which the Lord is giving you. Therefore you shall lay up these words of mine in your heart and in your soul, and bind them as a sign on your hand. They shall be as a frontlets between your eyes. You shall teach them to your children, speaking of them when you sit in your house, when you walk by the way, when you lie down, and when you rise up. And you shall write them on your doorposts of your house and on your gates, that your days and the days of your children may be multiplied in the land of which the Lord swore to your fathers to give them, like the days of the heavens above the earth. For if you carefully keep all these commandments which I command you to do, to love the Lord your God, to walk in all his ways, and to hold fast to him, then the Lord will drive out all these nations from before you, and you will dispossess greater and mightier nations than yourselves. Every place on which the sole of your foot treads shall be yours, from the wilderness of Lebanon, from the river Euphrates, even to the western sea, shall be your territory. No man shall be able to stand against you. The Lord your God will put the dread of you and the fear of you upon all the land where you tread, just as he has said to you. Behold, I set before you today a blessing and a curse. The blessing, if you obey the commandments of the Lord your God, which I command you today, and the curse, if you do not obey the commandments of the Lord your God, but turn aside from the way which I command you today to go after other gods, which you have not known. Now it shall be, when the Lord your God has brought you into the land which you go to possess, that you shall put the blessings on Mount Gerizim and the curse on Mount Ebal. Are they not on the other side of the Jordan, toward the setting sun, in the land of the Canaanites, who dwell in the plain opposite Gilgal, beside the terebinth trees of Morah? For you will cross over the Jordan and go in to possess the land which the Lord your God is giving you, and you will possess it and dwell in it. And you shall be careful to observe all the statutes and judgments which I set before you today. Chapter 12. These are the statutes and judgments which you shall be careful to observe in the land which the Lord God of your fathers is giving you to possess all the days that you live on the earth. You shall utterly destroy all the places where the nations which you shall dispossess served their gods, on the high mountains and on the hills and under every green tree. You shall destroy their altars, break their sacred pillars, and burn their wooden images with fire. You shall cut down the carved images of their gods and destroy their names from that place. You shall not worship the Lord your God with such things, but you shall seek the place where the Lord your God chooses out of all your tribes to put his name for his dwelling place, and there you shall go. There you shall take your burnt offerings, your sacrifices, your tithes, your heave offerings of your hand, your vowed offerings, your freewill offerings, and the firstborn of your herds and flocks. And where you shall eat, therefore, the Lord your God, and you shall rejoice in all to which you have put your hand, you and your households, in which the Lord your God has blessed you. You shall not at all do as we are doing here today, every man doing whatever is right in his own eyes. For as yet you have not come to the rest and the inheritance which the Lord your God is giving you. But when you cross over the Jordan and dwell in the land which the Lord your God is giving you to inherit, and he gives you rest from all your enemies round about, so that you dwell in safety, then there will be the place where the Lord your God chooses to make his name abide. There you shall bring all that I command you, your burnt offerings, your sacrifices, your tithes, the heave offering of your hand, and all your choice offerings, which you vow to the Lord. And you shall rejoice before the Lord your God, you and your sons and your daughters. If a place where the Lord your God chooses to put his name is too far from you, then you may slaughter from your herd and from your flock which the Lord has given you, just as I have commanded you, and you may eat within your gates as much as your heart desires. Just as the gazelle and the deer are eaten, so you may eat them. The unclean and the clean alike may eat them. Only be sure that you do not eat the blood, for the blood is the life. You may not eat the life with the meat. You shall not eat it. You shall pour it on the earth like water. You shall not eat it, that it may go well with you and your children after you, when you do what is right in the sight of the Lord. Only the holy things which you have and your vowed offerings you shall take and go to the place which the Lord chooses. And you shall offer your burnt offerings and meat and the blood on the meat and the blood on the altar of the Lord your God, and the blood of your sacrifices shall be poured out on the altar of the Lord your God, and you shall eat the meat. Observe and obey all these words which I command you, that it may go well with you and your children after you forever. when you do what is good and right in the sight of the Lord your God. When the Lord your God cuts off from before you the nations which you go to dispossess, and you displace them and dwell in their land, take heed to yourself that you are not ensnared to follow them after they are destroyed from before you, and that you do not inquire after their gods, saying, how did these nations serve their gods? I also will do likewise. You shall not worship the Lord your God in that way. For every abomination to the Lord which he hates, they have done to their gods. For they burn even their sons and daughters in the fire to their gods. Whatever I command you, be careful to observe it. You shall not add to it, nor take away from it. I will be back in 3 minutes. Deuteronomy chapter 13. If there arises among you a prophet or a dreamer of dreams, and he gives you a sign or a wonder, and the sign or the wonder comes to pass, of which he spoke to you, saying, let us go after other gods, which you have not known, and let us serve them. You shall not listen to the words of that prophet or that dreamer of dreams, for the Lord your God is testing you to know whether you love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul. You shall walk after the Lord your God and fear him, and keep his commandments, and obey his voice. You shall serve him and hold fast to him. But that prophet or that dreamer of dreams shall be put to death, because he has spoken in order to turn you from the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt and redeemed you from the house of bondage, to entice you from the way in which the Lord your God commanded you to walk. So you should put away the evil from your midst. If your brother, the son of your mother, your son or your daughter, the wife of your bosom, or your friend, who is as your own soul, secretly entices you, saying, let us go and serve other gods, which you have not known, neither you nor your fathers, of the gods of the people which are all around you, near to you or far off from you, from one end of the earth to the other end of the earth. You shall not consent to him or listen to him, nor shall your eye pity him, nor shall you spare him or conceal him. But you shall surely kill him. Your hand shall be first against him to put him to death, and afterward the hand of all the people. And you shall stone him with stones until he dies, because he sought to entice you away from the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, from the house of bondage. So all Israel shall hear and fear, and not again do such wickedness as this among you. If you hear someone in one of your cities, which the Lord your God gives you to dwell in, saying, corrupt men have gone out from among you, and entice the inhabitants of their city, saying, let us go and serve other gods, which you have not known, then you shall inquire, search out, and ask diligently. And if it is indeed true and certain that such an abomination was committed among you, you shall surely strike the inhabitants of that city with the edge of the sword, utterly destroying it, all that is in it, and its livestock, with the edge of the sword. And you shall gather all its plunder into the middle of the street, and completely burn with fire the city and all its plunder, for the Lord your God. It shall be a heap forever. It shall not be built again. So none of the accursed things shall remain in your hand, that the Lord may turn from the fierceness of his anger and show you mercy, have compassion on you, and multiply you, just as he swore to your fathers, because you have listened to the voice of the Lord your God, to keep all his commandments, which I command you today, to do what is right in the eyes of the Lord your God. Chapter 14 of Deuteronomy. You are the children of the Lord your God. You shall not cut yourselves, nor shave your front of your head for the dead. For you are a holy people to the Lord your God. And the Lord has chosen you to be a people for himself, a special treasure above all the peoples who are on the face of the earth. You shall not eat any detestable thing. These are the animals which you may eat: the ox, the sheep, the goat, the deer, the gazelle, the roe deer, the wild goat, the mountain goat, the antelope, and the mountain sheep. And you may eat every animal with cloven hooves, having the hoof split into two parts, and that chews the cud among the animals. Nevertheless, of those that chew the cud or have cloven hooves, you shall not eat, such as these: the camel, the hare, and the rock hyrax, for they chew the cud, but do not have cloven hooves. They are unclean for you. Also, the swine is unclean for you, because it has cloven hooves, yet does not chew the cud. You shall not eat their flesh, or touch their dead carcasses. These you may eat of all that are in the waters. You may eat all that have fins and scales, and whatever does not have fins and scales you shall not eat. It is unclean for you. All clean birds you may eat, but these you shall not eat: the eagle, the vulture, the buzzard, the red kite, the falcon, and the kite after their kinds, every raven after its kinds, the ostrich, the short-eared owl, the seagull, and the hawk after their kinds, the little owl, the screech owl, the white owl, the jackdaw, the carrion vulture, the fisher owl, the stork, the heron after its kind, and the hoopbull and the bat. Also every creeping thing that flies is unclean for you. They shall not be eaten. You may eat all clean birds. You shall not eat anything that dies of itself. You may eat it to the alien who is within your gates, that he may eat it, or you may sell it to a foreigner, for you are a holy people to the Lord your God. You shall not boil a young goat in its mother's milk. You shall truly tithe all the increase of your grain that the field produces year by year. And you shall eat before the Lord your God in the place where he chooses to make his name abide, the tithe of your grain and your new wine and oil, of the firstborn of your herds and your flocks, that you may learn to fear the Lord your God always. But if the journey is too long for you, so that you are not able to carry the tithe, or if the place where the Lord your God chooses to put his name is too far from you, when the Lord your God has blessed you, and you shall exchange it for money, take the money in your hand and go to the place which the Lord your God chooses. And you shall spend that money for whatever your heart desires, for oxen or sheep, for wine or similar drink, for whatever your heart desires, you shall eat there before the Lord your God, and you shall rejoice, you and your household. You shall not forsake the Levite who is within your gates, for he has no part nor inheritance with you. At the end of every 3rd year, you shall bring out the tithe of your produce of that year and store it up within your gates. And the Levite, because he has no portion nor inheritance with you, and the stranger and the fatherless and the widow who are within your gates may come and eat and be satisfied, that the Lord your God may bless you in all the work of your hand which you do. Chapter 15. At the end of every 7 years, you shall grant a release of debts, and this is the form of the release. Every creditor who has lent anything to his neighbor shall release it. He shall not require it, or of his neighbor, or of his brother, because it is called the Lord's release. Of a foreigner you may require it, but you shall give up your claim to what is owed by your brother, except when you may be no poor among you. For the Lord will greatly bless you in the land which the Lord your God is giving you to possess as an inheritance. Only if you carefully obey the voice of the Lord your God, to observe with care all these commandments which I command you today. For the Lord your God will bless you just as he promised you. You shall lend to many nations, but you shall not borrow. You shall reign over many nations, but they shall not reign over you. If there is among you a poor man of your brethren within any of the gates in your land, which the Lord your God is giving you, you shall not harden your heart nor shut your hand from the poor, your brother, from your poor brother, but you shall open your hand wide to him and willingly lend him sufficient for his need, whatever he needs. Beware lest there be a wicked thought in your heart, saying, the 7th year, the year of release, is at hand, and your eye be evil against your poor brother, and you give him nothing, and he cry out to the Lord against you, and it becomes sin among you. You shall surely give to him, and your heart should not be grieved when you give to him, because for this thing the Lord your God will bless you in all your works, and in all to which you put your hand. For the poor will never cease from the land. Therefore I command you, saying, you shall open your hand wide to your brother, to your poor and your needy in your land. If your brother, a Hebrew man or a Hebrew woman, is sold to you and serves you 6 years, then in the 7th year you shall let him go free from you. And when you send him away free from you, you shall not let him go away empty-handed. You shall supply him liberally from your flock, from your threshing floor, and from your winepress. From what the Lord your God has blessed you with, you shall give to him. You shall remember that you were a slave in the land of Egypt, and the Lord your God redeemed you. Therefore I command you this thing today. And if it happens that he says to you, I will not go away from you, because he loves you and your house, since he prospers with you, then you shall take an awl and thrust it through his ear to the door, and he shall be your servant forever. Also to your female servant you shall do likewise. It shall not seem hard to you when you send him away free from you, for he has been worth a double hired servant in serving you 6 years. Then the Lord your God will bless you in all that you do. All the firstborn males that come from your herd and your flock you shall sanctify to the Lord your God. You shall do no work with the firstborn of your herd, nor shear the firstborn of your flock. You and your household shall eat it before the Lord your God, year by year in the place which the Lord chooses. But if there is a defect in it, if it is lame or blind or has any serious defect, you shall not sacrifice it to the Lord your God. You may eat it within your gates. The unclean and the clean person alike may eat it, as if it were a gazelle or a deer. Only you shall not eat its blood. You shall pour it on the ground like water. Chapter 16. Observe the mouth of Abib, keep the Passover to the Lord your God. For in the month of Abib, the Lord your God brought you out of Egypt by night. Therefore you should sacrifice the Passover to the Lord your God. From the flock of the herd, in the place where the Lord chooses to put his name, you shall eat no unleavened bread with it. 7 days you shall eat unleavened bread with it, that is the bread of affliction, for you came out of the land of Egypt in haste, that you may remember the day in which you came out of the land of Egypt all the days of your life. And no leaven shall be seen among you in all your territory for 7 days, nor shall any of the meat which you sacrifice the first day at twilight remain overnight until morning. You may not sacrifice the Passover within any of your gates, which the Lord your God gives you, but at the place where the Lord your God chooses to make his name abide. There you shall sacrifice the Passover at twilight, at the going down of the sun, at the time you came out of Egypt. And you shall roast and eat it in the place which the Lord your God chooses. And in the morning you shall turn and go to your tents. 6 days you shall eat unleavened bread. And on the 7th day there shall be a sacred assembly to the Lord your God. You shall do no work on it. You shall count 7 weeks for yourself. Begin to count the 7 weeks from the time you begin to put the sickle to the grain. Then you shall keep the feast of weeks to the Lord your God, the tribute of a freewill offering from your hand, which you shall give as the Lord your God blesses you. You shall rejoice before the Lord your God, you and your son and your daughter, your male servant and your female servant, the Levite who is within your gates, the stranger and the fatherless, and the widow who are among you, at the place where the Lord your God chooses to make his name abide. And you shall remember that you were a slave in Egypt, and you shall be careful to observe these statutes. You shall observe the Feast of Tabernacles 7 days, when you have gathered from your threshing floor and from your winepress. And you shall rejoice in your feast, you and your son and your daughter, your male servant and your female servant, and the Levite, the stranger and the fatherless, and the widow who are within your gates. 7 days you shall keep a sacred feast to the Lord your God in the place which the Lord chooses, because the Lord your God will bless you in all your produce and in all the work of your hands, so that you shall surely rejoice. 3 times a year all your males shall appear before the Lord your God in the place where he chooses, at the feast of unleavened bread, at the feast of weeks, and at the feast of tabernacles, and they shall not appear before the Lord empty-handed. Every man shall give as he is able, according to the blessing of the Lord your God, which he has given you. You shall appoint judges and officers in all your gates, which the Lord your God gives you, according to your tribes, and they shall judge the people with just judgment. You shall not pervert justice. You shall not show partiality, nor take a bribe, for a bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and twists the words of the righteous. You shall follow what is altogether just, that you may live and inherit the land which the Lord your God is giving you. You shall not plant for yourself any tree as a wooden image near the altar, which you build for yourself to the Lord your God. You shall not set up a sacred pillar, which the Lord your God hates. Chapter 17. You shall not sacrifice to the Lord your God a bull or sheep which has any blemish or defect, for that is an abomination to the Lord your God. If there is found among you within any of your gates which the Lord your God gives you, a man or a woman who has been wicked in the sight of the Lord your God and transgressing his covenant, who has gone and served other gods and worshiped them, either the sun or moon or any of the host of heaven, which I have not commanded, and it is told you, and you hear of it, then you shall inquire diligently. And if it is indeed true and certain that such an abomination has been committed in Israel, then you shall bring it out to your gates that man or woman who has committed that wicked thing. You shall stone to death that man or woman with stones. Whoever is deserving of death shall be put to death on the testimony of 2 or 3 witnesses. He shall not be put to death on the testimony of 1 witness. The hands of the witnesses shall be the first against him to put him to death, and afterward the hands of all the people. So you shall put away the evil from among you. If a matter arises which is too hard for you to judge, between degrees of guilt for bloodshed, between one judgment or another, or between one punishment or another, matters of controversy within your gates, then you shall arise and go up to the place which the Lord your God chooses. And you shall come to the priests, the Levites, and to the judge there in those days, and inquire of them. They shall pronounce upon you the sentence of judgment. You shall do according to the sentence which they pronounce upon you in that place which the Lord chooses. And you shall be careful to do according to all that they order you, according to the sentence of the law in which they instruct you, according to the judgment which they tell you, you shall do. You shall not turn aside to the right hand or to the left from the sentence which they pronounce upon you. Now the man who acts presumptuously, it will not heed the priest who stands to minister there before the Lord your God, or the judge, that man shall die. So you shall put away the evil from Israel. And all the people shall hear and fear, and no longer act. Come to the land which the Lord your God is giving you, and possess it, and dwell in it, and say, I will set a king over me like the nations that are around me. You shall surely set a king over you, whom the Lord your God chooses, one from among your brethren. You shall set as king over you. You may not set a foreigner over you, who is not your brother. But he shall not multiply horses for himself, nor cause the people to return to Egypt to multiply horses. For the Lord has said to you, you shall not return that way again. Neither shall he multiply wives for himself, lest his heart turn away, nor shall he greatly multiply silver and gold for himself. Also it shall be when he sits on the throne of his kingdom, that he shall write for himself a copy of the law in a book from the one before the priests, the Levites, and it shall be with him, and he shall read it all the days of his life, that he may learn to fear the Lord his God and be careful to observe all the words of this law and the statutes, that his heart may not be lifted above his brethren, that he may not turn aside from the commandment to the right hand or to the left, that he may prolong his days in his kingdom, he and his children, in the midst of Israel. Chapter 18. The priests, the Levites, all the tribe of Levi, shall have no part nor inheritance with Israel. They shall eat the offerings of the Lord made by fire and his portion. Therefore they shall have no inheritance among their brethren. The Lord is their inheritance, as he said to them. As this shall be the priest's due from the people, for those who offer a sacrifice, whether it is bull or sheep, they shall give to the priest the shoulder, the cheeks, and the stomach, the first fruits of your grain and your new wine and your oil, and the first of the fleece of your sheep you shall give him. For the Lord your God has chosen him out of all your tribes to stand to minister to the name of the Lord, him and his sons forever. So if a Levite comes from any of your gates, from where he dwells among all Israel, and comes with all the desire of his mind to the place which the Lord chooses, and he may serve in the name of the Lord his God, as all his brethren the Levites do, who stand there before the Lord. They shall have equal portions to eat, besides what comes from the sale of his inheritance. When you come into the land which the Lord your God is giving you, you shall not learn to follow the abominations of those nations. There shall be not found among you anyone who makes his son or his daughter pass through the fire, or one who practices witchcraft, or a soothsayer, or one who interprets omens, or a sorcerer, or one who conjures spells, or a medium, or a spiritist, or one who calls up the dead. For all who do these things are an abomination to the Lord. And because of these abominations, the Lord your God drives them out from before you. You shall be blameless before the Lord your God. For these nations which you will dispossess, listen to soothsayers and diviners. But as for you, the Lord your God has not appointed such for you. The Lord your God will raise up for you a prophet like me from your midst, from your brethren. Him you shall hear, according to all you desired of the Lord your God in Horeb in the day of the assembly, saying, Let me not hear again the voice of the Lord my God, nor let me see this great fire any more, lest I die. And the Lord said to me, What they have spoken is good. I will raise up for them a prophet like you from among their brethren, and will put my words in his mouth, and he shall speak to them, and all I command him. And it shall be that whoever will not hear my words, which he speaks in my name, I will require it of him. But the prophet who presumes to speak a word in my name, which I have not commanded him to speak, or who speaks in the name of other gods, that prophet shall die. And if you say in your heart, how shall we know the word which this Lord has not spoken? When a prophet speaks in the name of the Lord, if the thing does not happen or come to pass, that is the thing which the Lord has not spoken. The prophet has spoken it presumptuously. You shall not be afraid of him. Lorobosa Saleravi. A Robinebi or a Baram and a Mien and a Ma. A Duroborebe de Bioraboram and a Mion and a Namasia. A Luroboso Saleravi. Laravia, Nananama. A Durubidi Bidi Bioraborem and a Mion and a Namo. A Durubidi Bioraboram and a Mion and a Name. A Duruburebi Yorabaram and a Mion and a Name. Laraba an and a Namasa Sulidevi. A Robidebi Yorabarom and a Mionomo and Neo. A Duruburibi Yoraburebi Yon and a Namase. A Ra Shalarava Andi. A Ra Shalarava Andi. A Duruburibi Yorabaram and a me. A Duruburibi Yorabaram and a me. See Yorabawonda. Siora Bowonda, Adurubiribiribisa, Alurubiribiribioraboramanamion, Nananama, Adurubiribiribioraboramanamion, Nanananama, Alarabani, Alarabani, Sulidave, Duruburuma, Sulidavio, Aduruburama, Sulidavio, Adurubarabanamio, Nananamasa. Adurubidibidibio sudidivi. Lorabo nananamasa. Alorabo nananamasa. Alorabo remo sunanamasi. Alurabo remo sunanamasi. Arabidebe endidiando. Alidibi nininamuana. Alorabo remo namio nananama. Aduruburibibiorabarabirio nananamusia. Allora Roma, Selevi nananamaso. Aduruburibioroboramanami. Aduruburibioroboramanami. Alluruburibioroboramanamio, Soderevea. Alluruburibirio, Soderevi, Soderevi. Alarabaando, no musa. Alarabaando, no musa. Bibibiosa dirivia nananamasa. Aluruburibioroboram enemy. Aluruburibioroboram enemy. Aduruburibioroboram enemy. No musi. Alarabaando, Solideve. Aluruburibioroboram enemy. Nananama. Aduruburibioroborabarebaso. Rabbidibi Solidivi. Rabbidibi Solidivi. Aduruboroma Solidiereve. Adura baroma, sulere yereve. Arobere biora bawana. Adura budi bidi biora boremene mio no musi. Ari bidi biora boremene mio na masa. Lara bahani. Alara baani sulere vo. Adura budi bidi biora boramanema. Adura budi bidi biora boramanema. Alara baani sulere vi. Adura budi bidi biora bo. Adura budi bidi biora bo. Sulere veya. La na masi sulere vo. La na masi sulere vo. Alura buunde na masi. Arobere bionde na masi. Alara beroma sulere erevia na maso. Adura budi bidi biora boramene mia na me. Adura budi bidi biora boro bidi biora bo. A lot of ani, a lot of sio shalera ve, a lot of sio shalera ve, a bebe de bi orabone, a rebe de bi orabone, a do shalera vio, a lori oraboromane mi oraboni, a lori oraborobe de bi oraboni, salera veo. Rabere basa salera ve. Aduruberibi Urobosa. Unananamasi. Allora vorremo sananami. Allora vorremo sananami. Aduruburoba salereve. Alaraba andi devi urabuni ananama. Alurabunde salirevi. Allora vorroma salereva. Allora vorremo salirevi. Aduruburibidibi uruburamene masa. Aduruburibo salerevea. Aduruburibo salerevea. Aduruburibidibi urubusi. Aduruburibidibi urubusi. Aloroboroma salereva. Aduruburoba salerevani. Aduruburebo salerevia. Aroma na mianama. Allora bosi. Allora bosi. Lurubuoni Sulereveo. Adurubuona Sularavi. Arrivi ona nanamosi. Arrivi ona nanamosi. Aroba de bio nanamasi. Alaraba ande de vioro boneo. Arrivi de biora boani. Arrivi de biora boani. Arrivi de biora boani. Alarabaso sulideve. Aduruburibi de biora bose. Arrivi de biora borobe de bose. Aduruburoma. Shalaraba ande. Alidi viora bowusha lara viaravania. Aduruburebe de biora boroma sulidevi. Alidi viora boroma sulidevi. Aduruburibi de biora borevo sularava. Anu nanananamasi. Anu nanananamasi. Rabedebi inde sulidevoa. Aduruburibi yorobosi. Aduruburibi yoroborama. Aluruburibi yoroborama. Aduruburi biribi yoroborama nami yoromoania nanananamase. Aduruburibi yoroborama namase. Aduruburibi yoroborama nami yoromosa. Allah, salada yaravano. Aduruburi bidibi yoroboremene miyonomonea. Rabadebe and derevisa. Laraba ando silereve. Do silirivi indirivi orovo. Doravana silereve. Adurubiribi oroboro menemio no 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 mo. Adurubiribi oroborebebi no 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 mo. Alarvano. Alarabaan derevese. Arubidibio na 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 namasi. Aduribidibio na na namasi. Aduribidibio na 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 namasi. Aluruburi biribio boano. Alarabaan na na namasa. Oh, silidivi indi, silidivi. Adurabaramanayo, nananami. Adurabaramanayo, nananami. Alurubaremos, salaraviarava, Noah. Adurabarabiurabarabiurabo. Adurabarabiurabarabiurabo. Alu. Aluravasha, siliravi. Alu. Aluravasha, siliravi. Adurabarabiurabaramana. Adurabarabiurabaramana. Larabarabiurabarabise. Aduraburi biribiurabaramanamiuramonia. Aduraburi liribiurabaramanamiuramonia. Allah larabahani nanananamusa. Allah larabahani nanananamusa. Aduraburi biribiurabaramanamiuramonia. Aduraburi biribiurabaramanamiuramonia. Larabaramanamiuramonia nanananamasa. Arabadabio solidavi. Arabadabio solidavi. Aduraburibidibiuraboramanamiuramone. Aluraburibidibiuraboramanamiuramone. Aduraburibidibiuraboramanamiuramone. Sananamasa. Sananamasa solidave. Sananamasa solidave. Loraboroma solidave. Doroborebo siariaravane nananamasi. Alu shilidava. Alu shilidava. Adurabarebio nananamasa. Adurabaremenemiunamoni. 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 Rabadabia, Sioravo. A little bit of Ramanamiona Nanamasia. A Dudabure, Bedebi Ramanamasia. Alushalarava. Alushalarava. A Dudabure, Nanamasi. A Ludabure, Menemie, Nanama. A Robedebi Ramanamiona Moania. A Dudaburibidibi Uraborebidibi Urabosi Silidibi. A Lariana Nanama. A Ludaburibidibi Urabosa Silidava. A Ludaburibidibi Urabosa Silidava. A Larabaramani Uramo. A Larabaramani Uramosi. A Duraburibidibi Uraboremenemasi. A Larabare Menemi Uramo Nananama. A Duraburibidibi Uraboremene Musa. A Laravase Silereveo. A Durabidibio Nananama. A Lorabore Menemio Nananama. A Rebidibio Raboramanemiunamo Nia Nananamasa. A Laraben Didibio Ravosia. O Satorabone. Ribidibio Sadirivia Siora Vovona. A Laraba Ande Sadireve. A Duribidibio Nananamasa. O Salida Enda. A Duribidibio Rabosia. A Robidibio Raboani. A Robidibio Raboani. A Duribidebo Sananamasi. A Duribidibio Raboramanamosa. A Duribidemio no Musi. A Laraba Ande Esi Oravo. A Ludibidibio Raboramanamio no Musi. A Ledaviedeve and Nanamasa. A Duribidibio Raboramanami. A Duraboramanama Nananama. A Duraboa Nananama Nananama. Arobidabio, Rabadabio, Nananamasi, Alu, Shili, Lady Edavihani, Alu, Shili, Lidivia, Nanamani, Adura Buribio, Raboromanimio, Nananamo, Alura Voreba, Alura Voreba, Adura Voreba, Solidivia. Alarabaando, no, 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 musi. Alarabaando, no, 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 musi. Aduruburi bidibi, urabara bidibi, oh, laraba. Aduruburi bidibi, urabara bidibi, oh, laraba. Alarabaan, derevie, na, 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 masi. Alo, shalori, urabure, mene, maso. Aduruburi bidibi, urabare bidibi, urabara, mene, maso. Elias lidivi inde sananana masa. Aduruburibibi uroboromana mio nanana mo. Aduruburibibi uroboromana mio nanana mo. Aduruburibibi uroboromana mio nanana mo. Shalari yara varamana mio ramone. Shiara yara varamana mio ramone. Alidivi ora bose solidivi. Allora vorrebo. Allora vorrebo solidivia. Adudividividivi ora vorrividivi ora vorrividivi. Adudividividivi ora vorrividivi ora vorrividivi. Sanananama. Sanananananama se. Sanananananama. Sanananananama se. Rovedevi o shaledeva. Luruburemo saledevia shalaravase. Doravaramanami onomone. Adoravaраmanami onomone anananama. Aluruburibidibi oraborebedebi oromoni. Aduruburibidibi oraborebedebi oromoni. Allora buona, sananama. Allora buona, sananama. Lidivi in there, Soleravoa. A Robert Boani. A Loro Robert Bio, Solereva. A Durabudi Bio, Solereve. Larabasi. A Durabure, Venemioromoni, a Larabasi. A Durabudi Biorobosa. A Lorabo Nanamasa. Ribidibio, Solereve, and the Via. A Robert Biosa Via Salaravania. Robert be Yoroborom and me Yoromoni. Aduraburi be Yorobore be Yorobosia. A Lord of Ram and a Messa. Aduraburi be Yoroborom and me Yo, no, Musa. Alo sananamasi. Alo sananamasi. O shadiriviana. Alo salirivuna. Robert Bioroboramanamasi. Adurabiribioroboramanamia. Nananama. Abibiribio shadirivisa. Aloroboremenemioromonia. Aloroborebiribio sadireva. Rabariba asadireva. Andon dirivi inda. Nananama. Rabaribosa dirivia. Aduraburibidibioroboramanamasia. Aduraburibidibiorobo. Loroboroma sadirivia. Osadirivi inda sananamasa. Aduraburibidibio. Aduraburibidibio shadirivia. Aloroboani. 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 Aduraburoba. Aduraburuba. Aduraburuba sananamasa. Alaraba nananamano. Arobere derevi. Aduraburamanianama. Alarabarabarabiorobosi. Alarabarabarabioromosi sadirevi. Aduruburibidibioroboremenemioromone. Aduruburibidibioroborebidibiorobone. Arobarabioroboramanamioromonia. Aluruburibidibioroboramanamio nananamase. Alaraba nananamasi. Alaraba nananamasi. Aduruburibidibioroboramanamio. Aduruburibidibioroboramanamio. Larabarebidibiorobosi solereva. Aduruburibidibioroboremenamia nananame. Aduruburibidibioroboramanamio nananame. Allora borremos nanamasi. Arrobere biora vose. Arrobere biora vose. Andorabo nananamasa. Allo salerevi. Allora borroma salerevio. Arrobere viere viora boania. Aduribere bio nananamasi. Alluruburibere biora boramana miora moane. Rabideba nananamasa. Robere biosa de vi. Do de vi end de viana nananamasa. Aduribere bio nananamusi. Aduribere bio nananamusi. Allora vorrebbe bio nananamasa. Arraberebbe esi orabosi. Aduribere bio nananamaso. Aduribere bio nananamaso. Aduribere bio oraboremene masi. Alluraburemos nananama. Alluraburemos nananamasi. Alaraba nananamaso. Alaraba nananamaso. Aroberebe nananamasi. Aduruburibi oroboro manamo. Aduruburibi oroboremene mese. Shalaraba nananamaso suderevi. Aduruburibi oroboremene mio nananame. Aduruburibi oroboremene mio nananame. Alluruburibi oroboremene mio nananama. Alarabaani. Aloroboroba. Aduraburemo. Alaravaani Silerevea. Rabedebeonamusi. Rabedebeonamusi. Abibidebeorabuona Silaravaso. Alaraburemo Silerevea. Alaraburemo Silerevea. Duraburamanameonamoni. Aduraburamanameonamoni. Aduraburamanameonamoni. Alorabureberebeoraburamanamasya. Adurabureberebeoraburamanamasya. Alarabureberebeoraburamanamasya. Alaraburebeorabureberebeorabore. Aduraburibo sanananamasa. Arabadebiuraburamaniyo sanananamasa. Rabadebiurabosi sidivi. Arobedebio. Arobedebio. Duraburibidibiuramone. Alurabidibiurabosasileve. Rabadebese sidivi. Adurabu endedivio nananamasi. Alorabu o nananamusa. Adurabureberebiurabureberebusa. Allah nanananamasa. Aloraburoma sudirevi. Adurabu undireviarava. Aduraburoma sudirevi. Alorabu o nananamasi. Adurabu o nananamasa. Aduraburemenemi o nananamase. Alarabaano synonymy. Alarabaano synonymy. Roberevie suderevie. Reverevio nananamasi. Aduruburibibi uruburumaname. Aduruburibibi uruburumaname. Donde devi ir nananamasa. Aduruburumanamio nananamasi. Aduruburibibi uruburumaname. Alo salarava. Alo salaravasa. Aduruburubibi uruburumanamia nananame. Alo shalorabi urubuania nananamasi. Aduruburibibi uruburumanami urubuania nananamasi. Aru shalaravano. Aru shalaraviano. Reverebi o salirevi. Dorovoremo e nanananama. Allo shilerevi. Allo shilerevi. Reverebi o salireve. Oh nanananamani. Adurabore menemi. Adurabore menemi. Adorable Roma Sulirevi. Adorable Roma Sunanami. Adorable Sulireva. Adorable Ebedemio no Musa. Reverevesa Sulirevi. Aduribi o nananamasi sudirivi. Allora bogo nananamasa. Dos dereve siora voce. Aduribiribi ora beremenemia nananama. Allora baroma sananamia. Allora baroma sudirivi aduribiremenemi oramo. Rabbidibi ora baramanemi arama. Aduribirebi ora romanamio nananamu. Aduribirebi ora baramanamio shudirive. Allo larabahani. Allora bare menemi oramo. Allora bare menemi oramonia. Larabahania nananamase. Ro shalaraba. Ro shalarabase. Aduribiribi oramo. Nanananamusa. Allora baremo. Allora baremo. Sananamasi. Aduribiribi orlarabaharabashi. Alarabaan nananamasa. Alarabaan nananamasa. Sluravo. Sluravose. Lurabiribiribio nananamusa. Alarabo sudirivi. Shalorabo nananamese. Aloraboroba sudirivi. Shalurabu sudirivio. Adorabaremenemionamo. Adorabaremenemionamoni. Adorabaremenemionamoni. Shiora beremo asilidivia. Shio na 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 masa. Shio na 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 masa silideve. Arrividi biora baramane biona moni. Arrividi biora baramane biona moni na 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 mase. Harabidi biora boana. Dosaleria na 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 masi si. A little booty bitty biosha. Lara baharia si ho na 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 mase. Lara yara baharia si ho na 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 mase. A duraburi bitty biora baraminamia. A duraburi bitty biora baraminamia. Si horrible one salarava. A lora bere bitty biora bose. A durable bitty biora bosi. A duraburi bitty biora bosi solidivi. A roar raminamia na 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 ma. A roar raminamia na 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 ma. A duraburi biora biora boania. A duraburi biora na 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 ma se. Allah, Alara Bahania Silereveo. A duraburi biora boramana miona moani. Alia Salaravasa. Alorobosa Silereve. A duraburi bio na 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 ma se. A duraburi bio na 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 ma se. Alana ba ando Silereva. Alurabosha Silerevia. A robere biosa Silerevia. Arrivede biosa Silerevia. Adur Salaravano. Adur Salaravano. Robere biora bara meneme. Alorabo rabere bio na 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 ma. Ador Silerevia. Ador Silerevia asi oravo. Asi oravosa. Ador na 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 mase. Rebere biosa laravasi. Rebere biosa laravasi. Aduraburibidibiorobosa. Lorabore bidibiorobosi silidivia. Roshananamasa. Roshananamasa. Alerevie, alereyaravaso. Adurabure, alereviyaravaso. Adurabure, silidivia. Lanamano, salarava. Aduraburibidio, nananamea. Aduraburibidio, nananamasa. Lo shalaravaso, sananama, nananamea. Aduravoremos, sananamasi. Aduravoremos, sananamasi. Aduravoremos, sananamasi. Adurabo, dirivisa. Adurabo, dirivisa. Roberebios, dirivi. Adurabo, dibidibiorabo, ramenebioromonia. Adorable enemy honorable says to the river. Adorable ribibio nananamasia. Adorable ram enemy and nananama. Adorable ribibio. A little bit beautiful Silivia. Ribidi beautiful Romanimio, no more. A little bit beautiful sea. A lot of Roma, Silivio. A duraburi bidi beautiful ani. Laraba na 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 masa. Duru buri biri biura baramana mio no 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 musa. Rebere biure beseselerevo. Duru buri biri biure beseselerevo. Rabere beselerevia. Duru buri biri biura bona. Laraba dere vese. Adorable Roman mio na 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 masa. Adorable bidi biora boremene mio no 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 mo. Shiora vosa sulereve. Shiora vosa sulereve. Robere bio salaravasi. Alurabusa sulereve. Adorable mene mia. Alaraba ando sulereve. Alaraba haroa sulerevia. Alaraba haroa sulerevia. Adurabidi ora bidi ora boramene masia. Solora boona sulerevia. Rebede bio sanana masia. Lora berebede bio shanana masi sulerevia. Laraba andere vasa. Adurabidi biora vosea. Laraba andere vese. Alurabidi biora vosia. A little bit beautiful sea. A roll baby on na 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 ma sea. A doodle bitty she go na 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 ma so. A little bit beautiful sea. Robin and na 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 ma sea. A doodle bitty beautiful ramen and me on a morning. A doodle roba baby sha. A doodle roba rebo sha. Dos na 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 ma si se via. Lora baramana mi o moshia na 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 ma. A doodle baby o rebo mama moshia na 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 ma. Rebe o rebo si. A lora boroma sanana masi. A lora boroma sanana masi. A doodle bitty ora boa na 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 masa. A doodle bitty o so di via. A lora boroma baby ora boa na 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 masa. A doodle bitty ora bitty o na 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 ma. Alessi era voa. Alessi era voa. Doodle bitty ora boa no 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 musia. A duribiribio, salaravasi, senenemese. Lora baraba de bio. Allora bo onda sedere via. Adure bere bere bi ora buoni. Adore bo Roma sedere via. Adore bo Roma sedere via. Allora bere bere bi ora bo ramene mi. Adore bo Roma sedere via. Na 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 massa. Robere bi ora buoni. Adoro bo Roma sedere via. Robere bi ora bo bere bassi. Robere bi ora bo bere basso sedere via. Adure buri biri bi ora bo se. Alurubusa sedere veo. Adure buri biri bi ora bo ramene mia. Laraba acelera vasa. Adore buri biri bi ora bo ramene mio na 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 masia. Adore buri biri bi ora bo ramene mio na 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 masia. Laraba ano sedere vea. Loro bo ramene mia na mania. Allora bo ramene mia na me. Adore buri biri bi ora bo sa sedere veo. Adore bo ramene mio na 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 masa. Allora vorrei bere bio. O sit hedeve enda. Adore bo ramene mio na 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 mia. Adore bo ramene bio na 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 mia. Ribidibiosa de ve. Adura bere biora baramana maso. Adura baramana miona moania nanana masea. Allora baroma salana va ani. Adura baribo salire viora voanea. Adoro voribo salire viora voanea. Arobere viora voramene me. Rabere be salire vio. Rabere be salire vio. Adura buri biorabo. Adura buri biorabo. Adura buri biorabo ani. Lara veremo salire vi. Robere biorabo sa salire veo. Adura buri biorabo ramane maso. Adura buri biorabo ramane maso. Lara verem enemi unamonia na masa. Adura buri biorabo busi. Allura buri biorabo ramane ma. Ribidibiosa de ve. Robere biorabo sa salire vi. Adura buri biorabo rebere busa. Alara ba na mase. Robere biorabo remere busi salire vi. Alara ba ramene mioramo anea. Alara ba ramene mioramo anea. Allura buri biorabo rabere basta. Adoreremo sanenemi. Allurabu salidavia. Allurabu salidavia. Dodovereme de mionamoni. Revede biora boramana masa. Adodo Roma Silere. A little bit beautiful. A little bit beautiful. A darabara beautiful rami. A little bit beautiful ani. A lot of the vera vese. A lot of ramen and misa. A lot of rabada beautiful sasalarava. Adoraboremos enemy. Adoraboremos enemy. Adoraboa nananamasa. Adorabore biorobosi. Adorabore bioroboramane mionamonia. Rabere biosa darava. Donde de viesa de revisa. Rovere bio lorovuani. Edurevere vesi oravosa. Aduraburamene mase. Allora veremene mia. Allora buona, sananama. Adurabere biora baramene me. Adurabere biora baramene me. Siora berebo acidivia. Adurable Roma solidivia. Adurable Roma solidivia. Arribi beautiful Ramanami Anamani. Arribi beautiful Ramanami Anamani. Allurable roba saladavani nananama. Adurable beautiful Ramanami Anamani. Doce de via. Allorable Ramanami nananamasa. Adurable beautiful Ramanamasi. Adorable ribbity beautiful Ramanamio nananamasa. Larabane. Adorable ribbity beautiful Rabarabasa. A lot of Roma sananamasi. Adorable ribbity. Adorable ribbity see your vo. Lord of Rama Sudere. A Lord of Rama Sudere. A durabilibio Sudere. A duraburamio nananamasa. A durabilibio nananamasa. A durabilibio robose. A durabilibio robose. A duraburamio namo. A loro vorrà salire via. A loro vorrà salire via. A dura bidi ora vorrà mia. A loro vorrà mio na 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 ma. A loro vorrà mio na 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 ma. Lara barabara viura berebere vio salire via. Adurubidibidibiyorobaramana-masa. Adurubidibidibiyorobaramana-miyo na-na-na-na-na-masa. Adurubidibidibiyorobarebidibio no-no-no-muse. Salarabahana na-na-na-na-mase. Salarabahana na-na-na-na-mase. Adurubidibidibiyorobaramana-miyo-na-moanea. Larabasis and anemo. Adurubidibidibio na-na-na-na-na-mase. Adurubidibidibidibidi. Lora bara bere bere be. Rabere beso sudere be. Anusana namasi. Anusana namasi. Adura bere bere biora boana nama. Laraba andere biora vosi sudere via. Allora roba salarava. Si ora verremo a sanana mia. Do salarabani. Allora verremo sudire via. E no sanana masa. Durubiribiribio, na 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 masi sudire. Durubiribiribio sudire. Adon daraveramo sanana mase. Alorio de bore enemy. Alorio de bore enemy. Aduruburi bidibio anarma. Alara bande sudiveo. Alara bande sudiveo. Anu sananama. Anu sananama. Robere biurubure enemy. Robere biurubure enemy. Alu shalu lurubusa sio. Adura bere biura bore menemisa. Adura bere bio no musa. Alurubua na me. Robere biura boani. Allora robere biura boani. Salara vasa senana namasa. Shalora boona. Salara vasi. Adura bere biura boramanema. Duruburi biuruburi misa. Shalul Varabaano Sidereve Don Dirivianda Siderevio Lora Baramana Mionamo Nia Nananama Lereve Nananananananamani Rabide Bosa Sidereva Lorabo Anderevasa Oshitirivi Oravo Unde Aduruburamanamiryo Nananamasa Dos Sidereve Nananamasa Bibidibio Salaravasa Bibidibio Sidirivisa Rabidebe Sidirivi Bibidibio Nananamasa Rebidibio Sidirivio Adurubidibidibio Rosa Sidireve Adurubu Roma Sidirivi Adurubidibidibio Nanananamani Nanananama Adurubidibidibio Rabaramanamiryo Moani Nananamase Rabideba Asi Sidirivi Adurubidibidibio Rabaramasa Larabaramanamiryo Moani Nanananananamane Saleribio Ravoa Adurubidibidibio Ravoa Shilaravane Arabarebi yorabarebi yoraboni. Arabarebi yorabarebi yoraboni. Adurabarebi yorabarebi oh na 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 mane. Salerevea. A lot of all. Larabaramanayo no 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 masi. A larabaramanayo na 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 masi. Adurabarebi yorabarebi yorabarebi masa. Adurabarebi yorabarebi yorabarebi masa. A larabarabi yorabarebi yorabarebi base. Aduravusa silidavi na 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 ma. Dosa liravia. Dosa liravio. No 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 more. Ne la hara. Sele liravio. Shaliravia. Allora berremo. Allora berremo. Solarava. Adura beraberebi. Oroboramene mosia. Adura beraberebi. Oroboramene mosia. Allora ba andereve. Aduru bereberebi. Oh na 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 musa. Alluravusa sulereve. Ro shalaravasi. Aduru oh na 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 ma. Laraba esi oravosa. Allurabiribi oravoramanamia. Allorabiribi oravoramanamusa. Adurabiribi oravani. Laraba anderevese. Lo salarava. Aduribiribi orabaramia. Roberibi oraboramia. Aduribiribi oraboani sanananama. Roberibi orabahania nanananamasa. Aduribiribi orabarabiribi oraboania nanananamasa. Allora boşları via. Adoro bore bere bi ora boramana musa sılere via. Allora bore bere bi ora boana. Allora bore bere bi ora boana. Allide vi indi vi ora voune. Solere vano sılere via. Arrovere bi o larama. Andorra Roma sılere via. Salaraba nanamion nananamusa. Alaraba nananamase sulereveo. Adurubiribiribio navaramanamio nananamuania. Arubidibio rabarabidibio rabo nananamuania sulerevia. Sulerevia. Sulerevia alaravaso. Aruba shio. Alerevi aravasi sulerevi. Aduruburaberevi orobosa. Alorobosa sulerevi. Aduruburibibi orobo. Aduruburibibi orobosa sulerevea. Alarabaharo sulerevia. No, na 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 masa. Aduru bidi bidi biyoro baramana miyoro mo niya nadanama. Loro borebe de biyoro bo na 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 masi. Aduru bidi bidi biyoro baramana miyo na 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 masi. Alara bara bara biyoro baramana miyo na 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 maso. Aduru bidi bidi biyoro baramana miyoro mo ne. Aduru bidi bidi biyoro baramana miyoro mo ne. Allora brava de biora brava ne mase. Shalura brava de bio na 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 ma. Allura buribi de bisa. Adura brava de biora você. Salora bowuna. Salora bowuna. Laraba na 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 masa. Ro de busi suzi de vi. Allora bo onda suzi de vi. Laraba de vese. Duruburi yoro baramana miyo no 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 mo sala larava ani. Duruburi via na 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 ma. Loro baramana miyo no 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 musa. Loro barevo shala du sudi lidivi na 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 masa. Duruburi yoro baraviri yoro basasilivi. Allora baramana mi. Shiora vosa silereve. Shalura bu silerevio. Lareba ando silereve. Adurabidibidi, orabarabarabio, laraba. Odosa ledavia, nananamase. Adosa ledavio, nananamase. Robarabio, laramani, nananamasa. Allora shio de boani. Allora shio de boani. Adura boramene mi unamone. Ravere bo osa de reveo. Shio nanamasi suzirevi. Adura baravere biorobosi. Adura baravere biorobosi. Adura baravere bioroboa nananamasa sulerevea. Shalereve sio nanamase. Arobere bioroboram enemy. Arobere bioroboram enemy. Aduruburi bioroboram enemusa. Larabarebo sudirevi sio salarava. Aduruboram enemy onomoneo. Aduruburi biorobosa sudireve. Raberebe endere visa. Aduruburoma sanananamasi. Aduruburoma sanananamasi. Lord abos verevi anananamasa. Aduruburam enemio nananamasi. Aduruburebesio suderevi. Adurivio salarava ano. Adurubiribiribio rabaram enemio nananamusi. Aduruburebio rabarebio sudereveo. Alu shalaravania sudereva. Roverebio lanamasi. Alorio bo sananamaso. Adurubiribiribio rabarebio nananame. Larabaano Suderevia. Luruvu Nananamasa. Rabbit Urabosa. A rabbit Urabosa Sulidivia. Anur Sananamasa. Anur Sananamasa Sulidivio. Lidivi is Luravosa. Lidivi is Yuravone. Alarabiarava. Alarabiaravase. Aduruburibiribio Nanamusa. Revere Biorobosa Sulidave. Shioravounde. Rovereve Sulidavir. Roverevio Lanamasi. Loraboro Lanamasi. Aduraburibirio Roboramanami Onomoni. Adurabiribio Robosa Saledaveo. Dos Laravani Sinanami. Shalurabo Orna Saledave. Shalurabu Ursileva. Dos Lereva Ananamasa. Lora Revere Biorobosa Salirevi. Shalurabu Urndirivianama. Aduruvirivi Oravosi Salirevi. Rabere Biosa Lireve. Salurabu Unda Sananamasa. Lanaba Ando Nunanamoania. Lanaba Ando Nunanamoania Salireve. Abibi Bio Nananamasi. Abibidi orobo na 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 masi. Adurabidi orobo na 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 masa. Alodabo ani suderevia. Arobidi orobo ramana mi onomonia suderevia. Rebidi orobo na 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 mani. No salaravasa. Adurabidi orobo si. Adurabidi orobo ramana ma. Adurabidi orobo se. Alaraba an dereve si orobo. Adurabidi na 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 ma. Robidi salereveo. Alaraba an derevisa salerevo. Adurabidi orobo ramana mi na 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 ma. Allora sanana mia. Ribidi biosa de revea. Adurubidi biorobo ramane musa. Dosa de revi nananamasi. Shiora ramane miora mone. Adurubidi biorobo ramane musa. Laraba nananamasa. Adurubidi biorobo ramane maso. Ando dirivio nananamasa. Adurubidi biosa de revia. Adurubidi biorobo ramane mio nananama. Adura bidi bidi bio, no 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 moani. Adura bidi bidi bio, no 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 moani. Lord of Roma, Silidaveo. Adura bidi bidi bio, Roma na mio no moane. Adura barama na mio no barama na mio no moane, na 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 masa. Lo Silidave. O Shateravia. Ano, na 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 mane. Allora yoda bo, na 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 moa. Adura bidi bidi bi yoda baremene bi yoda moania. A rabbit bi yoda bo wussa de reve. Hurry bidi bi yosha na 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 mahania, silivia na 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 mase. Allora baremene mi yoda mo. Allora baremene mi yoda mo. Adura bidi bidi bi yoda baramana mi yo, na 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 ma. Adura bidi bidi bi yoda baramana mi yo, na 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 ma. Allo shana na na ma. Allo shana na na ma se. Adura burebo sudira vi. Adura buroba sudira vi. Alluda boa na 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 ma se. Rebedebio sudira vi. Adura via na 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 masa. Rebedebio sudira vi. Adura via na 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 masa. Rebedebio sudira vi. Allora vedere di mio na 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 masa. Alarabaan nananamasi. Andon dirivio nunumusa. Arush lurebo nasatereve. Ramenemio nananamasa. Adoroboramanamio namoni nananamase. Robedevio laravasi. Adurabidibidibioraboramanamio namoanea. Adurabidibidibioraboramanamio namoanea. Allo solidivia. Allo solidivia. Arobedevio nananamasi. Allorabudibidibioraboramanama. Adurabidibidibioraboramanamioramoani. Allo nananamasa. Allo nananamasa. Rebedebioraboramanami. Adurabidibidibioraboramanami. Allurubu nananamase. Adurabidibidibioraboramanamasa. Allurubidibidibio nananamase. Adurabidibidibio nanananamusa. Lanabaramanamioraboraboraboramanamia nananama. Larabaharo. Larabaharo nananamuse. Adurubidibidibioraboraboraboraboani. Adurubidibidibioraboraboraboraboani. Larabaramaniyo nananamasa. Adurubiribiribio shuderavi. Adurubiribiribio shuderavi. Lorabaremanimiyo namonia nananamasa. Lorabaramaniyo nanananamusa. Rabidaba esi urabosa. Adurubiribiribio nanananamusia. Larabareme siorabo. Adurubiribiribio nanananamusa. Alorabaramanamio nanananamasi. Alurabiribiribio raboramaname. Rabadabe esalidivi. Adurubiribiribio raboa nananamasa. Robiribio raboa nananamasi silidavea. Osatiribio nanananamosa. Arrivederiosa derevea. Adurubaribidibiorabaramanmusa. Lorabawusa derevi. Adurabaramanamioramoane. Aludabu nanananamasa. Nosa derevi nininimisa. Solorabu una sadarava. Shalu nananamasi. Adurubaribidibiorabo nanananamosa. Arubidibiorobosi. Arubidibiorobosi. Aduribramo sanananamase. Lara Berebos Nananamani Siora Voona Robe de Viona Silly de Via Siora Voona Allora Veremo Adura Berebe de Viora Vosia Shalude Buone Sanananama Shalude Buone Salarava Nanama Adura Berebe de Viora Voremene Musa Loro vorrebbe de viura vorame ne mio no musi su di viara va na massa. A robe de viura voroma sana na masse. A dura budi bidi viura vorame ne mio no mo neo. O salere viara vani. A dura budi bio no musi. A lot of na masi. Adorable Roma, solere veo. Lara baramene mio, na masi. Lara baramene mio, na masi. Adorable de bide bio, romene mio, boenia, na masi. Lara baramana mio, moenia, na ma. Doce na ma, nea, solere via. Lo shalarava anea shilirevia. Rabadaba na ma. Robert biora banamana mio na masia. Aduribio no musa salereve. Rabadabio lerevese. Loro ramana masia. Rabarabio, na musa. Donde devi ne misa. Ababarabio, na ma. Adurabaramana miona boni, na ma. Adurabaramana mio, na ma. Adurabarabio, na masa. Osa devi na misa. Arobarabio, salirave. Adurabaremene miona mosa. Adurabarabio. Ribarabio, salirave. Ribarabio, salirave. Adurabaremene mosa. Adurabaremene miona boni, na ma. Adurabarabio, bona. Adurabarabio, ramana masi. Adurabaroma, salirave. Adurabarabio, salirave. No, na masa. Ro, berabio, na masa. Adurabarabio, ramana no musi. Salidvi isi oravosa. Salidvi isi oravosa. Adurabarabio, na masa. Arabaraba, salidvi. Robere bio sudere via. Adoro Rama sudere via. Adoro Roma sudere masia. Adoro bere bere bio Rama mio. Allora bo na massa. Adoro bere bio Rama mio sudere via. Alere essa. Allora bo na massi. Adoro Roma. Adoro Roma sudere meo. Adoro bori sudere vio. Lara beremo sudere vi indi di vio. No musa. Allora ramene misa. Ribi di bio sudere ve. Adoro beribone mio. Na massi. Roba de bio na massa. Allora beruba satiri vi. Ram and me. Adoro berebe bi ura ram and me. Roba de bio no musa. Adurabureberebiuraburemene. Larabaramaneme. Alorabo Roma Sananamasi. Vivibiosa de revea. Adon de reviana nanama. Arobe de biota boni. Arobe de biota boni. Arobe de biota boni. Salada vano. Salada vano. Adurabidi biota boremenemi. Rabade bandi silideve. Do salaravasi silidivi. A lot of rebo satidivio nananama. A lot of rebo solidivia. A lot of rebo solidivia. A rubidivio ramane maso. A lot of remo sananamasi. Salalana maano salidivia. A dudibidibidibio bosi salidivia. A laraba ananamase. Adon de vianda solidivio. Doro boremene mi unamo nia nananama. A roberebi uroborebi. A roberebi uroborebi. A duduburibidibi uroboraberebaso. A larabani solidivi. A duduburibidibi uroboramenemi. A duduburibidibi uroboramenemi. Allora bere biorobosa. Aduru bere biorobore bere busa. Aduru bere bio na 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 masa. Aduru bere shiorobosa. Lara bere biorobara bere masi. Aduru boromana mio na 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 ma. Re bere biorobosi. Adon dirivia na 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 masa. Rabere be essa dirivi. Aduru biri biri bioroboani. Allo shaloroboa. Alluru buri biri biorobore me. Lara berebo sulirivia na 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 masa suliravoa. Aduravo dirivisa sulirivea. Lara baani. Lara baani. Lara baani sananama. Adurabo usa. Adurabo usa solidivio. Lara baani. Aro berebusa. Aro berebusa. Adurabo unanamase. A lot of aroma, Sylvie. A lot of acid. A durability, na mase. A little bit beautiful, Annie. I do, Sylvie. A little bit beautiful, na ma. A little bit beautiful, see. A little bit, no, Musa. A little bit, a little bit. A little bit beautiful, na ma, see. A lot of na ma, so. A little bit beautiful, sa. Dos little via. Robert bios little via. A lot of your beautiful, na ma. Larabaso Sinanamia. Adurubidi Ananama. Adurubidi Ananama. Alu Saludavuni. Adu Saludavuni. Rebenda Saludavia. Rebidibio Salarava. Alo Salaravasa. Adurubidibidibio. Adurubidibidibio. Nananama. Lord of Remos, Sananamasi. Alu Shanananamane. Alu Shanananamane. Arobera Miora Maramana Mio Nananame. Duraburibidibio Solidavea. Duraburibidibio Bosa. Anu Sananamase Solidavia. Lara Baramana Mio Nananamoania Nananamasa Sala Lara Baharo. Durabaremana Mionamo. Duraburebedebiorabo. Duraburebedebioramo. Laraba Asa Silidevi. Duraburebedebiorobosa. La Larabano. Larabano Silidevi. Durabu Silidevi. Adurabo Sulidavi. Allo Shularava. Alarava Shularava. Aduraburibidibi Urabora Menamasa. Alurabo Romanemi Uramoni. Alurabo Robinibi Uraboni. Lana mani na 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 mano salutavuane. Aduribiribi uraburibibe. Zaraba an derivi is derivi. Allo lorabuna. Allo lorabuna sudereve. Shalurabu usuderivi. Shaluravu usuderivi. Dorabuana sananama. Adurabuana sananama. Lere di oraboni sudirivio. Adurabuone sudirivio. Larabarabi orabuani. Adurabarabi orabarabusi. Rabarabe essa derevi. Aduraburoma sananamasi. Aduraburoma sananamasi. Aduraburebusi. Aduraburam and miono moanea salerevea. Aluravu salerevio shalarava. Alorabu shalerevio shalarava. Alorabu nananamasi. Aduraburebenebio raburebenebio salerevia. Aduraburebenebio shalarevio shalarevia. Alorabuana salerava. Alorabawona Salerava. Aduraburibi Yorabawona Nanamasi. Alarabaharo Salerave. Aduraburibi Yorabawona Nanamasa. Aluraburibi Yoraboro Nanamasa. Laraba Nanamase Salereveo. Aduraburibi Yorabo. Salorabo unda salidavia. Salorabo unda salidavia. Aribidibi yorabo ramadibi yonomo aneo. Adurabo rebidibi yorabo sa salidava. Salo larava ani sananamaso. Shaluravu salidavia nananame. Alorabo nananamasi. Adurabidibi yorabadabasi. Robarabio nananamasi. Shiorabo ona salarava. Adurabu dibidibi yorabo rabadabi yorabo unde de visa. Ano nananamasi. Ro shalarava ano sananamasi. Aludaburibo salarava. Alarama ani sulereve. Aludabo shalarava. Aludabo shalarava. Aduruburibidibiorobosi. Lodabaroma saledeve. Donde deva andare vossa salidevi. Aduruburibidibioroboramanemioromoanea. Lodabaroma shananamasi. Rebedebiorobone. Lodaboremenemesa. Aduruburibidibioroboramanemo. Aduruburibidibioroboramanemo. Lodabaroma saledeveo. Adurubidibidibio nananamasa. Dos nananama. Lodabaribidibioroboni. Aduruburibidibioroboni nananamasa. Lodabaremo shadidivia. Aduraburebo shadidivia nananamasa. Aduraburemenemese. Aduruburamanamio nananamasi. Aduruburibidibiorabaramanamionamodia. Solara bahara ledeve ende deviorabone. Robere bioso de revea. Durubiri oroboremenemi. Lorobo lana maana na mase. Lurubu na masa. Durubu ne suderevio. Luruburebede biuruburamane masa. Duruburebede bio suderevia. Laraba andravasa. Alone no musa. Lera veces lera va. Allora buona lera via. Adura buona na masa. Allora breve de viura borama na masa. Allora boroma na miuna moania na masa. Lera vie na masia. Allora borama na miuna na masa. Donde vi isso de via. Allora bossa de via. Adorable onde de visa. Allora ande su de via. Adorable de vi ora boramene ma. Adorable de vi ora boramene maso. Lara varamene me nananamasia. Adorable de vi ora boramene masia. Lara veremo. Adorable Roma su de via. Adorable de vi ora boramene me. Allora bossa de via. Adorable de vi ora boramene mia nananama. Allora de vi ora boramene mia nanama. Romane mioso de via. Adorable de vi ora boramene mio nananama. Adorable de vi ora boramene mio nanama. Allora buone su de via. Rabide be essa de visa. Ribide biosa de via. Allora boramene musa. Lorabo ondire visa solorovosa. Rabide be endire visa. Aduraburamine mi o sataravasi. Aduraburabine mi o satire visa. Adurabuone. Adurabuone. Alaraba andere vasa. Aduraburibi oroboramine mi o na 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 ma. Duraburibi oroboramine masi. Loraburebio, Lorabuuna, Salaravasa, Loraburebo, Solidivi, Aduraburibo, Rabosha, Sananamasi, Alidiviora Vosa, Solidave, Alidiviora Vosa, Solidave, Aduraburibiora Vosa, Solidavia. Aduraburibiora Vosa, Solidavia. Rabada biorobosa solida edavea. Adura boroma sonina mia sieta viorovo. Allora borreba solida via solida edavo. Adura boroma ne miona moanea solida edavia. Rabada bioroborama ne masia. Rabada bioroborama ne masia. Allura boribidi bioroborama ne miona moanea. Aduraburabare biorobo se via. Allora vio salere via siora vosa. Robere vio lareara haro salere via. Aduraburabare biorobo sanana masia. Allora borreme de vio nanana masa. Revere biorobo salere veo. Aduraburabare bio nanana musa salere via. Allora vorrebo sedervi, duru vorrebbe di biorobosa. Allora vorrebbe di bioroboramene mea. Allora vorrebbe di bioroboramene mea. Duru vorrebbe di bioroboramene mioromoania nananama. Allora va si sedervio. Duru vorrebbe di biorobosia. Lora breve de biora bosa salera vasa. Dos deve essa sulereveo. A rubere biore veramene mio nananamasia. Donde va nananamasa. Vivere bios de revir. Adoro voroma na mios de revea. Allora vorava biora buona se revea. Adoro bidi biora vorama ma. Larava nananamase. Adoro bidi biora vorava basa. O nananamasa se revea. Ribidi bios de revi nananamasa. Adoro bidi bios de revi. Adon da vaso se revio. Ribidi biora vorama ne mio nananamasi. Allora vorava biora vorava de bi. Lara rebo salana masi sanananama. Doro burama sananami. Allora voreva de biora vorama ne mio nananamusi. Allora voreva de biora bo. Doro vorava ne biora bo adia nananama. Adura vorama ne mio namo adia nananama. Robe de biora vorava de biora vorava de basi. Allora voreva de biora bosa. Larava nananamusi. Adora vorava de biora bosa se revia. Allora voreva de biora vorava de basi. Rabba-dabba-yadda-ba, na-na-na-ma. Aduru-buru-bidi-bi-yoda-ba-rabba-da-busa. Aduru-buru-bidi-bi-yoda-ba-rabba-da-busa. Allo suzidi-vi. Allora-ba-rabba-da-ba. Allora-ba-ro-ba-da-bi-yoda-busa, suzidi-vi-yo. Aduru-bidi-bidi-bi-yoda-ba-ani. Allora-ba-rabba-da-bi-yoda-ba-ani, na-na-na-na-masa. Allora-ba-ro, na-na-na-na-masa. Alli-da-bi-di-da-bi-yoda-ba-ra-ma-na-mi-yoda-ba-ani. Allora-ba-ro, suzidi-vi-yoda-ba-a, na-na-na-ma-ne. Allora-ba-ri-bi-di-bi-yoda-busa. Aduru-ba-ri-bi-di-bi-yoda-busa. Allora-ba-a, na-na-na-na-masa. Re-bi-di-bi-yoda-ba-ra-ba-di-bi-yo, na-na-na-na-masa. Ra-bi-di-bi-en-di-di-fa-si. Arubi-di-bi-yoda-ba-ro, na-na-mi-a, na-na-na-na-masa. Ra-bi-di-ba, na-na-na-masa. Allora-ba-u, na-na-na-na-masi. Aduru-bu-di-bi-di-bi-yoda-ba-ra-ba-da-bi-ya, na-na-na-ma. Allura-bu-di-bi-di-bi-yoda-ba-ra-ma-na-masi. Allora-ba-anos, na-na-na-masi. Aduru-bu-di-bi-di-bi-yoda-ba-ra-ma-na-mi-yo, na-na-na-na-ma. Adurabua nananamasi. Aduraburibiribio sudirivio. Alarabiarabano sudirivia. Aduraburibiribio sudirivia. Allo nananamasi. Allo nananamaso. Alluraburibiribio ramanamisa. Aduraburibiribio rabosa. Ano nananamasi. Allora bore mene mi uromo ania nananama. Allora bore mene mi o no 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 musa. Adura bore bere bi uro bore bere buse. Andara bara bere bi uro boani. Allura bore bere bi uro bora bere baso. Allara bara bere bi uro bora bere baso. Allora bere bo sudiri vi. Adura bore mene mi uro mo ania nananama. Do salarava ani sudirivio. Allora vorrebbe bio na 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 masa. Allora vorrebbe bio roboramane masa. Allora boas delle via. Allora vorremane mio na 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 masia. Dos delle via. Allora vorrebbe bio na 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 masa. Vivi di biosa delle vea. Allora bossa delle vie. Adorable re, very beautiful. Adorable re. Loro vorreva. Adorable re bossa delle vie. Allora vorrei vedere beautiful Anna. Adoro vorrei vedere se. Allora buona nanamaso. Laraba nanamase. Adoro vorrei vedere oh musa. Allora vorrei vedere ora voramene mie. Allora vorrei vedere ora voana mia. Adoro vorrei vedere ora vorrei vedere bussa. Allora voone delle vie. Lana varamane mioro moane ananamasa. Adoro vorrei vedere ora vose. Allora vorrei vedere ora vo. Lara varavara ora vedere oh no musa. Allora voramane mia. Adoro vorrei vedere ora voravara basi. Lora berebe bio na 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 ma. A luda berebe biora berebe busi. A lora berebe biora boa na 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 ma. A duda berebe biora berebe biora bo. A lora berebo sanana mi. A duda berebo sudirivi. A duda beramana mi una mo ni na 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 ma. Allora vorremmo sedere. Allora vorremmo sedere. Robere mi ora vorremmo de mia na 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 ma. Adoro vorremmo na mi una mo ni na 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 ma se. Allora vorremmo di ora vorremmo na mi una mo ne. Rabere bi si ora vo. Allu sedere via va. Allu sedere via va. Adoro vorremmo di ora vo na 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 ma. A luz se via. Ribidi biosa via. Adoro ribidi bio na 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 masa. Shalora buhuna salara vasia. Rabidi bio na 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 masia. Reverebiosa lerevea sananana masa. Adurubu nanana mase. Alo sadirevia nananama. Alo salerevia salerevea saturuburibiria. Araberebiorabo nananama. Aduruburibiorabo one sananamo. Aduruburibiorabo one sananamosa. Larabani sadirevia. Roberebio sadireve. Aduruburibiorabo hani. Aduruburibiorabo hani. Arosha derevi. Arosha derevi. Aruberebiorabo na. Aduruburibiorabo se. Adun diviande sadirevia. Alloroboramanemiunamo. Alloroboreberebiurabuana sadireveo. Aduruburibiorabo. Larabaan direviorabose. Alloroboona sadirevia. Allurabuuna sadirevia. Adarabareberebiuramoanea. Larabaa sadirevea. Larabaa derevese sadirevea. Reverevi sadirevio. Revereve sadirevio. Aduruburibidibioroboramane musa. Larabaan ananamasa silidivi. Lorabo osa silidive. Robere bosa silidivasa. Dosa larava ananamasa. Rebede bioroboromene bio nananamusia. Adorable biorobo nananamusia. Laravasi silidivi. Adurabureborabo. Aduraburebede mosa. Aduraburebede mosa. Lo nananamasi silidivi. Loraburebede mionamo. Loraboremo silidivi. Aduraburebede bioroboramanama. Aduraburebede bioroboramanama. Aduraburebede nananamasi. Alorabuana nananamane. Alorabuana nananamane. Arobede biorobosi. Shalorobosa sananamasi. Loraboani salereveo. Lurubus salerviara hara nananamaso. Anurubu remenemi onomoania. Alurubu o nananamosa. Lurubu usilirivisa. Alorabo one silirivia. Adurabo rebo silirivia. Aroma meani siliravo. Adurabo rebedebiorabo. Adurabo rebedebiorabo. Alana nananamase. Dosh deriviaravania. Aloraboani. Aloraboani silirive. Alua silirivia. Adurabo nananamasa. Dosh derivi nananamia. Robedebiorobosi. Aloraboosa dereva. Andon derevi derevisa siderevi. Alaraba asa dereve. Aloraboosa dereve. Aduraburibidibiorabo nananamosa. Robedebiorabo. Losh dereve. Shioloraboani. Shioloraboani. Rebedebiorabo unda. Rebedebo nananamasi. Aduruburibidio nananamasa. Aduruburamanaminio nananamusa. Lord, Saladeva Ani Sananamaso. Aduruburibidibioroburebedebese. Anu nananamasi. Rabedebesi orovosa. Do shalidiviorovo. Anduruburibidibiorobooni. Larava ananamasa silideve. Aduruburibidibioroboramanamasa. Aduruburibidibioroboramanamasa. Arobidibio silidivir. Ador salaravasa. Robidibioraboramanamienananamasi. Aduruburibidibioroboremenemionamoania. Halodiorobose silidivi. Aduruburebidibio nananamasa silideve. Arobidibiorobosha silidivia. Aduruburibidibiorobo silidivia. Rabidibia silideve. Rabidibia silideve. Aduruburibidibiorobosha silidivia. Aduruburabidibiorobose silideve. Allo shalorovoa. Allo shalorovoa. Arabere biere vio nananamasa. Aduruburi bio nananamase. Alosha gara viara nananamase. Rebere bio laravaharo. Dora baramana mianama. Aluruburi bio raboramana mio sulirivia. Rabadaba asulirivia. Alorabo nanamasi. Robere bio nananamasi. Aduruburi bio lanamaane. Aduruburi bio nanamaane. Sulirivi aravaneo. Robere bio rabona. Robere bio rabona. Lorabosa lerevea. Shalurabu nananamase. Shalurabu nananamase. Robere bio nananamaso. Salurabu unde. Rabere buosa leravasa. Shiosa laravaso siliravi. Adurabure menemiona moani. Laravaremo siliravi. Aduraburi bidibi urabaramane masi. Arobadebi urabarabedebe. Lorabarebedebi urabarabedebe. Adurabaroma siliravi. Adurabaroma siliravi. Ladayadavaremo. Aduraburibidibi urabaramanemi uramoanea. Allora bossa deve via. Allora bossa deve via. Adura buri biri ora buona salire via. Salora buunda salire via. Shaluda buunde. Shaluda buunde anana masia. Aluda buri biri ora buano. Adura biri ora buani. Adura bore menemio nanana masia. Adura biri ora buona. Adura vorremos delle via. Anus nanana masa. Laraba nanana mosa. Rovere biora vosia. Rovere biora vosia. Adura buri biora boanea. Ravere beesa delle via. Adura boremene mio nanana masa. Lara bere bio nanana mosi. Aluru buri biora boramene mio nanana masa. Allura buri biora boramene musa. Alaraba ano sudirivi. Rabadabio sudirivi siorovo o nananamasa. Alorabo o nanananamasi sudirivi. Arobadabio robo ramanamaso. Larabadabadabio sudirivi nanananamasi. Rabadabis sudirivi ananama. Adorable Roma sudirivi. Adon diriviana nananamasa. Romanavio sudirivi nananamusa. Diribudibidibio nananamusa. Alada yaraba ano nananamusa. Arubidibio remenemisa. Aduribudibidibio nananamusi. Aluribu nananamasi. Rosh zerevia. Rabadebi yorabuoni. Aduruburibidibi yorabuona nanama. Allah larabaro asaderevi. Aduruburibidibi yoraburamana musa. Aduruburibidibi yoraburamana miyo nananamasa. Alarabarabasa. Aduruburibidibi yoraburamana miya. A little bitty biota berebe beyond na ma. A robere biota berebe beyond na masi. A lora boroma sanana namaso. Rona na mese. A durable rabbit bossa suli via. A lorable Roma suli via. A durable ribi orable ramene miona moani. A lorable na masa. A durable ribi orable ramene miona na me. Ribidibio silidivea. A lorable ramene miona mo. A lorable ossa de via. Ribidibiosa de via. A lorable una silidivia. Saluda buosa de vea ananamasi. A lorable Roma. A lorable Roma. A dudabudebo silidivia. A dudabudibidibiosa. Laraba ano silidivia. A rubidibiosa larabasia. A dudubu ribidimesa silidivio. A lorabodamana miona buuna. Aluruburibiyorobasa. Revidavieso. Adurubure manamasi. Aduruburi minimiyona moanea. Alurabuosa derevea. Revidavio larabahara. Anunununumuse. Aluraburemo sananamasea. Aduruburibiyorobaramanamiyo. Nununumu. Aduruburibiyorobaramanamiyo. Nununumusa. Alaramanamiyo namone. Aduruburibiyorobasa. Alurabu usa derevea. Alarabaano sadirevia. Rabadabiosa derevea. Adurubureberemio nananamasi sadirevia. Reverebioroboramanamio nununumusa. Aria shalaravia. Aduruburibioroboramanamasa. Aduruburibioroboramanamio namonia. Roverebio nananamusi. Aduruburibioroboramanamio nananamasa. Aduruburibioroboramanamase. Aduruburi bababasha nananama. Allora buone sedere via. Aduru biribi ora buoni. Allora Roma ne mio namo ne na maso. Vavere bios sedere via. Aduru biribi ora buona na ma. A rovere bi ora vosia. Aduru buona na masia. Ursa di vio na masa. Allora buona na masia. Allora buona na masia. Allora vorremmo sana na masia. Allora buribi ora buone. Allora buribi ora buone. Rabere bes di via. Aduru buribi ora baramane mio na ma. Allora buribi ora baramane mio na ma. Allora buona. Alorabo nananamasi. Adorabo nananamasa. Adorabiribi oroboremene musa. Rabadabe esadirevi. Alorabo nananamasi. Adorabiribi oroboa nananama. Rabadabe esadirevi nananamasa. Rabadabe oroboramene. Adorable usa de vi alaraba ananamasa. Arubidi bi urabada bi uraboramanemo. Adurubudi bi urabarabede busa. Alorabo nananamase. Alurubudi bi urabo. Duravoremo sananami. Adurubudi bi urabarabede bi o nananama. Adurubudi bi uraboramanamio nananama. Alarabani sidereveo. Adurubu reberebio shazerevia. Aluruvuune sananamasa. Adoraba reberebio rabuani. Aloda berebebio rabuosa siderevia. Alu shaluruvuune sananama. Adurubu reberebio rabuana nananamasa. Adurubu reberebio siderevia. Laraba no sudereve. Roberebi orobo oni. Aduruburebi orobo nananama. Laraba namase. Adurubiribi yorobosa. Dos namasa. Alurubiribi yoroborama namase. Adurubiribi yoroborabasa. Adun namasi. Adurubiribi yorobosa. Oh, namase. Adurubiribi yoroboona. Salutabu unde salaramasi. Salutabu usa salereve. Alotabu usa lereve. Alotabu una. Alotabu una. Laraba namasa. Arobidabio shalereve. Alotabidabio yorobosi salirevia. Adurubiribi yorobosi salirevia. Laraba ano sananama. Aludabudibidi yoraboraminimiyoramosea. Aludabudibidi yoraboraminimiyoramosea. Adudabudibidi yoraboraminimiyoramosa salidavia. Adudabudibidi yoraborananama. Dosa deve enda. Aduruburibidibiyorabu nananamase. Aduruburibidibiyoraburamanamaa. Aduruburibidibiyoraburamanamasah. Aduruburoma sudireve. Ledavio nananamasi sunanamua. Aduruburebidibiyorabuoni. Alaraba ano sudireve. Aluruburibidibiyoraburebidibusa. Andurabuona sudirevi. Alaraba ando sudireve. Aduruburibidibiyoraburebidibusa. Alorabuona. Alorabuona sudireve. Aliribie siyoravose. Robidibiyorabusi. Aduruburibidibiyorabusi. Alaraba ananamasi. Adurubuosa lireveo. Lorabuosa liravasa. Adurubure menemio nununumusa. Durabaramanamio shuzereve. Alurabuusa lireveo. Alurabuusa lireveo. Aduraburamanamio sudireveo. Aduraburamanamio sudireveo. Alurabudibidibioraboramaname. Lara bara bara biora bara bara basi. Adura buri biri biora bosa. Adura buri biri biora bosa. Adura buri biri biora bosa. Adura buri biri biora bosa suleravania. Alara ba ano sulerave. Adura buri mene mase. Allora bora mene me nanamasi. Adura buri biri biora bora mana mio nananama. Lara bara bara biora bora mana mio suleravia. Lora berebo suleravia nananamasi. Robere biora boano. Adura buri biri biora vosa. Adura bore mene musia. Lara ba nanamasa. Adura buri biri biora bo nananamusa. Adura buri biri biora boana. Adura buri biri biora borusha nananamasi. Rabere biosa lerava. Shilu lirivi isi yoravo. Alu lirivi ishi lirivo ananamane. Duruvuri birivi yoravo ramanami yonomoni. Aduruvara barabi yorobore benevi yoromoni. Aduruvuri birivi yoravo ramanami yonomoni. Laravahare. Allora voravano mio nananama. Arrivare per essere via. Laraba nananamasa. Rividi bios de revea. Aduro boramene mio nananamasi silire vio. Loro boramene mio. Aduro boramene mio ramo. Alluro buribiribio nananamasa. Lurubusi silire via. Allora va no silire via. Aduro buribiribio boramene ma. Aduro buribiribio nananamusa. Laraba nananamusa. Rabide be essere via. Dos lire via nananamasi. Allora buribiribio buona. Allora vorrebbe via. Allora buona nananamasa. Os lire via Roma sananamia. Robert viola ramasi. Aduraburi bio robore bio nanama. Larabare bio robona silivi. Aduraburi bio robona manamasi. Allo lorobosa sulerava. Osa deraviarava. Adurabare bio nanama. Adurabari bio rabaramana mio namo anaya nananamasi. Allorabare bio rabaromanami. Saludable unda. Saludable unda. Salarava ani. Alaravaremo sinanamasa. Allurabari bio nananamasi. Adurabari bio ananamasi. Saludable usa. Adorable Roma, Solidivia, na 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 ma. Lorabo Rebo, Solidivia. Laraba, Solidivoa, Solidivia. Adorable Rebedebi, Oraboni. Aludable Rebedebi, Oraboni. Aladaba and Devi Oraburam and Emiana Manea. Robert be Orabarabebe, Sio, na 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 masia. Adurabidibidibio. Roberebio, Larabasa. Adurubiribiribio, Larabasa. Adurubiribiribio, Roboremo. Alarabano, Siderevi, Alurubiribiribio, Robo. Alurubiribiribio, Robo, na, mase. Roberebio, Roboreberebi. Adurubiribiribio, Sioroboro, Manamasi. Adurubiribiribio, Robo, Sassidereve. Alaraba, Nanamasi. Alurubiribiribio, Roboani. Rabidebe, Siderevi. Aloraboro, Manamio, Nananamasa. Adurubiribiribio, Roboramanabio, Roboanea, Nananamasi. Alarabara, Manamio, Roboania, Nananamasi. Adurubiribiribio, Roboribiribisa. Salaraba, no, Siderevia, Shiorovosa. Aduruvore, Siorovosi. Ledeve en dereviana nanamasa. Lorabo osa derevea. Adurabo reberebio nananamase. Reberebe esadereve. Alorabo osaderevese. Lurubu usaderevi. Laraba ananamase. Ribidibi isaderevi. Lorabo osaderevasa. Adurubu ribidibi orabo reberebio nananamasi. Adurubu ribidibi orabo sasiderevi. Rabirebasa sadereva. Roberebio sadereve. Adurubu ribidibi orabo ramenemio nananamasi. Alorabo sadereve. Larabani. Larabani saloravoa. Roberebi oravosa salerava. Aloraborebo sadirivia nananamasi. Aru rubidibi oravo ona sananamasi. Alaraborebo salirivi. Aduruburibidibi oraborama. Lara barama de biora borebe de biora boroma de masia. A rebe de biora borama de miora moania na 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 masia. A robe de biora borama de miora moania na 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 maso. A duruburi bidi biora borabe de biora boshe. Adurabari Vidibio Allah la riara boshe. Shalurabu unda salaravasi. Lorabo rebo sadereve. Lorabo remo sadereve. Aduraburi Vidibio rabaramane maso. Loravosa sadereve. Aduraburi Vidibio rabaramane me. Aluraburom and mionamo neo. Aloroba salereveo. Aduraburibi oroboramanamio nununumu. Aduraburibi oroboramanamio nununumu. Alanabaano salerevea. Alanabaano salerevea. Shiorabo una sananamasi. Aloroboramane maana nananamasa.